Good morning.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning, Lenora.
Morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. How about y'all?
All right.
Oddly, it does not look like any of our 9 o'clock people are on here.
Uh-oh.
That makes it easier.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got, let me see if I show them confirmed.
I did not, but they requested and we notified them.
Yeah, let me be sure we had the right date on the letter. And John, I did send an email to those set for that hospital. See if they can come in today. I haven't heard back, but.
All right.
And board members, I'm waiting on one more thing before I add tomorrow's stuff, but I should have it out this morning. Lynn, what's for lunch today? They got the special going on today too? You're muted.
Sorry, dude, I was mute. It fried pork chop day.
That
So
sounds good.
It's delicious.
Sounds better than the sandwich I brought.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the vegetables are yet, but
Anything goes with a fried pork chop.
at least I love those thin ones too.
Get on Southern food.
The chicken's the best though, because they only use fryers. You know, it's not a breast the size of your palm of your hand. You know.
Yeah.
And they cook it, but his Charlie Mae, the lady that has it, did business with Dad forever, and I would be in the back working with Dad, and Charlie Mae'd come in the front, and Dad would go, "She's only going to get about 7 days worth because she thinks she's going to die, and she doesn't want to die with any medicine in the house." And she'd be walking in, and she'd go, "Shut up, Jerry! I hear you." And so And so, you know, she'd come in and she'd get like, she wants so many Premarin and she'd want so many of this and so many of that.
Hey, Lynn, I just muted you.
What did you do that for? I was on a roll.
Public conversation.
Oh, thank you. I forget.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
she's not
everyone
with us.
doing good today?
She's not with us anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Rodney's got something going.
I'm like Windows, I'm multitasking.
I know. Well,
Looks like you got a game on in the background or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's been
I guess a little early for a ball game.
it's been fascinating with as much time as our staff has had to spend, you know, with COVID and with winter storm and with the building issues outside the building working. So I have my laptop that does all things Zoom for me, but there's some stuff that the laptop just doesn't do quite right. So I have the desktop behind me to manage a bunch of other stuff.
Mhm.
So like I went from one screen to two screens to now three screens, and it's, you know, it's getting worse.
Don't forget your phone.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, that's a screen also.
I've got to get my phone had already died down to 76% charge from going from the house to here. It's on its last leg.
Mm-hmm.
But we have an office. The offices next to us. One of the ladies has a like 42-inch monitor.
Wow.
and that's her computer screen. It's kind of wild.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd have so
I
many
just
little
got a
screens.
curved monitor
Yeah,
and I really like it.
You do? Okay.
Hmm
that must be for your
There's
gaming.
not a glare on it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is nice.
I said that must be for your gaming.
Mm-mm.
You're-
Mama ain't got time for that.
I know your boys are probably like, can I use your computer?
No, they know better. I'm usually on it working.
I know.
So I went from 2 laptops and 4 screens. I consolidated down to 1 laptop and 3 screens. But I was at a client site doing an audit last week, and so I only had my laptop, and I was like, where are my old lady glasses?
Yeah.
Well, it's like when we first started working at home and all I had was my laptop and I was like, I can't do this. So I just brought home pretty much my whole desk.
Yeah. I think we all kind of have our little setup.
Well, and I have key points in the house where I get consistent feed from the internet. You know, if I go to another room, it's questionable sometimes at best.
Luke, had our letters all straight?
They're all straight. I was just gonna give them a few more minutes and then we'll take care of these 3. And I show the ones at 9:30 have confirmed. So maybe they'll start popping on shortly. But yeah, I was just gonna give them a few more minutes and then we can easily go through these 3.
We can go ahead and if Dr. Newsom wants to call it to order, we can go ahead and do my discussion topic. It should
Okay, that'll work.
That will work. It is 9:08 a.m. on Wednesday, April the 7th, and we will start our board meeting. Board meeting members present: Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rebecca Mitchell, and Dr. Debbie Mack. We have John Clay Kirtley, our executive director. Our assistant is Dr. Brenda McCready, and Mr. Luke Daniels, our counselor.
So board members, real quick, one discussion item. I did not think it would require an appearance because it's something that we've agreed to before. As you'll recall, we have had a couple of corporations that have gotten approval to fill specialty drugs and let the patients choose to have them picked up at a local site for the company. We've done that with CVS and Walgreens. We had a request from Walgreens to include some of their Alliance RX stores to add them to the approved list. I think we already had 4 or 5 and they're adding 4 or 5. I did not think that would be a problem, but wanted to get official board approval to add them to that memorandum of understanding for delivery.
What's an Alliance store?
It's a different name store, kind of like Neighborhood Market versus Walmart versus
Okay.
Sam's to me.
Works for me. If they're already doing some, they just want to do some more. I don't see a
Mhm.
problem.
Do you need a
Anybody else have any
motion?
comments?
Yeah, if I get a motion, that'd be great.
Okay.
Making a motion to add Alliance to the approved list.
Second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
John, if you'll just make a note on that email that I gave you, and I'll get it done.
Sounds good. I'm putting initials on here, and when it's, Becca Mitchell and Brenda McCready have the same initials, so I have to try to remember to put, B Mitchell or RM.
Or you put MC.
Yeah.
That way you have to remember for your first names and official names and all this good stuff.
I try to write it in a code where no one else can understand it.
Can they read your writing?
Only if they're a pharmacist.
Okay. Okay, you have anything else?
That's what I had.
We can go ahead and
Okay.
get started. It's, I'm showing it's 12 after, so if they're not here by, 12 after, so. We'll do, Jala Collins first. This is, and like I said, everything, you should have everything for today in the YouTube, YouTube, in the Dropbox link. I have deleted yesterday's stuff already, but like I said, I'll try to get tomorrow's added in this morning. I'm waiting on one more thing. So looking at Jala Collins, this is a pharmacy technician application. She did not disclose any arrest. When we got her criminal history back, she did show arrest in 2017 for possession of a controlled substance, which was marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. The court dockets don't show, well, her criminal history does not show a disposition in that case, and I could not find. I tried to send a subpoena to St. Francis County Sheriff's Office. They couldn't find the police report from this incident, so I'm not sure what the facts were or what the disposition of this is, but she was arrested in, like I said, in 2017 for marijuana and drug paraphernalia. In 2018, she has an arrest for a DWI and possession of a controlled substance. In her letter that is attached, she does disclose that well, this was after the fact, after we told her that something came back and she needed to send in a statement. She doesn't mention anything about the controlled substance, but she did get a DWI. She literally went to move her car in the parking lot, fell asleep in it. And then the officers came up and saw her, and she was charged with DWI. She did plead guilty to that DWI. And the court records do show that the possession of a controlled substance was dismissed. It was charged as a misdemeanor, so it would either have to be a marijuana or a schedule, 3 or 4 prescription. But this does have all those arrests, and the fact that she's not here today with those marijuana arrests and other drug arrests, we would ask her application be denied.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we deny this application.
This is Becca. I'll second.
Okay, have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
We are looking at Maya Chapel. This is a PT application. She did check yes on the bottom of the second page where it says, have you been treated for drug, alcohol, or mental health disorder within the last 5 years? But she was at a Northwest Medical Plaza, which is in Bentonville. She was treated there. It says a major depressive disorder, anxiety disorder, panic attack, and some family history of other stuff. There was not this was set today just so she could, it says she's anxious and depressed. this was set today just so we could talk about and kind of get her what's been going on, what's her treatment and all of that. I mean, this was not something that staff was just overly concerned about, but we did want to hear her talk about it. And you know what, the medical records are kind of lacking. They're only about 6 or 7 pages. So we kind of wanted to hear her version of what she's been doing since. But like I said, she's not here today. She did not confirm. Does show, I mean, it was mailed to her address and record with the board. Without knowing more information and the fact that she's not here today, we would ask this application be denied.
You want
Can
to
entertain a
deny-
motion, please?
You want that one denied or just tabled since it's not a criminal issue?
I mean, I don't know that it really matters. I just think that she needs to be, at some point, she needs to just be here to discuss.
Yeah.
These issues, like I said, it's the only one that's really, that would be concerning is, the depression. Don't really know the specifics of that or how severe or anything. I mean, everything else, anxiety, panic attacks, restless sleep, that's not really a huge concern, but the depression, without knowing more about, the circumstances and, how she's being treated and if there's been any situations since. Let's see, these were from these medical records.
I'm just thinking without a criminal history, I wouldn't want to have a adverse action on her just because she did not confirm and didn't show up.
I don't have any problem with that, and we can just take no action on it, and she can, it'll just expire when it expires if she hasn't attempted to make any more contact with the board. I have no issue with that.
I have a very strong opinion that we should not deny someone's application based on a history of depression without more information. So I would be very much in favor of taking no action.
Okay, you want to make that a motion? And
I will make a motion that we take no action on her license and she be allowed to appear at a future date or the license just expire.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
For clarity, I think I said license, but I meant application.
Application, okay.
I'll keep drinking my coffee.
You're good.
next we have Jimmy Rivers. Again, a PT application. He did not disclose any arrest on his application. If you look at his summary sheet, he has quite a few arrests. I'll just go through them real briefly. 2010, he leaving the scene of an accident, guilty. 2010, failure to appear, guilty. 2010, theft by receiving, guilty. 2011, theft of property, guilty. 2014, criminal impersonation. I believe he gave a false name to police in a traffic stop. 2015, 3 failure to appears, and in 2016, 2018, he has 2 convictions for domestic battery. We would ask his application be denied.
I'll make a motion that we deny.
Second.
Okay. Did I get a second?
Dr. Richmond seconded.
Okay, I've got several things going on my computer and I didn't see that. Now I can see everybody. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Okay.
John, anything else you want to take a few minutes and
Well, if
like I
they're
said, our
bored and want to
9:30 is
listen to,
confirmed, so hopefully they'll be getting on in a few minutes.
yeah, if they're bored and want to see some of the legislative stuff, I can pull some of that up.
I guess, yeah, or just mention maybe what's going on that might affect us.
Let me pull up my, ow. Take just a second to get this pulled up.
Okay, Miss Anderson just showed.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to go ahead and do Ms. Anderson while she's here?
Sure.
How you doing, Ms. Anderson?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing great.
Ms. Anderson, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the board, and I'm going to talk to you just for a minute about kind of who you see on screen and what this process is. On your screen, you'll see several people, some of which are board members and some of which are board staff. Myself, I'm here at the board staff. Mr. Luke Daniel is our legal counsel. Dr. Brenda McCready, Jennifer Bergen, and Dr. Cindy Fain are all also staff members here at the board. The other people that you see, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Becca Mitchell, and Dr. Debbie Mack are all board members, and Dr. Lenore Newsom is a board member and the president who presides over this informal committee. We've asked you here today, as I recall, you have an application with the board. The board members have just today gotten a link to be able to see the same information that you turned in, the same information that we have here in the board office, and they're going to want to talk to you a little bit about the background issues that had come up on your application. In this process, we call it an informal committee review or an informal conference because we're just talking back and forth, just like if we were sitting at a table together. At the end of our discussion, they're going to come up with some potential decision. You have the choice to either agree or disagree with their decision that they suggest. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they say. If you disagree with it, Mr. Daniel would explain it would give you a chance to ask for a hearing with the full board at a future date that's a little bit more formal. We swear everyone in, we have a court reporter, we have a hearing officer during those, and it's all 8 board members rather than just 5 or 6, which is what we usually have on these informals. Do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Daniel in just a second. There will be a chance for you also to address the board, to answer any questions that they have. If you have a question about how something is going or how something works during this, by all means, wave your hand, get our attention. We want to be sure we answer any questions you have as well.
Okay.
Okay. There you go, Mr. Daniel.
Right now, this is a PT application. She did mark yes that she did have, or something would come back on her criminal history. In 2009, she had a hot check violation, not really a concern at staff at this point. In 2012, she was arrested for felony child abuse. This was somebody that was watching her children called the police because one of the children had bruises. The police reported to her home. In here is a copy of the affidavit, and there's a narrative to it on the last page. When the police got to her home, it was pretty much unlivable. I mean, there was garbage, there was trash, there was, I think, a knife out, and these were 2 small children. Just stacks of garbage, waste, other issues going on in the home. The department, I guess the equivalent of the Department of Human Services got involved. They actually did remove the children from the house at that time. She went through whatever the classes and whatever the court wanted her to do. She did go through that to get her children back. She was placed during that time. She was placed on the child abuse registry. I think later in like maybe 2018, 2019, she did have her, or was able to get her name removed from that. In 2000, the charges were dropped, like I said, after she went through and did everything she needed to do. In 2013, she was arrested. It was a theft of property. She was in a store. She does admit in her letter that they were shoplifting. She did plead guilty to that and was later paid a fine. So have the hot check violation and then have the 2012 issues where she was arrested for that felony abuse. Like I said, the charges were later dropped. And in 2013 has a theft of property conviction.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anderson, can you tell us a little bit about the things that went on?
Well, the shoplifting one I was never arrested for. I was ticketed that day. When the court date had come up, I was working out of town to go to the court date to get an extension to pay the fine. And like I said, I was out of town, so I missed the court date, and that's when they issued the bench warrant. Now, officers failed to act upon that bench warrant, so all the charges were later dismissed. So nothing really came from that one. Now, the child abuse and neglect one, I wasn't arrested that day. I had went to a court hearing a week or two later, and that's when they booked me in, and then I was let go on a personal recognizance bond. Now, with that one, they ended up dismissing all the charges because it couldn't be proven that it was me the child abuse was from me. They couldn't prove that. It was somebody else within the house that nobody else came forward with. So those charges were dismissed as well.
Okay.
Beyond that, I'm not sure what you guys would really like to know as far as that goes.
Okay, what about the shoplifting charges? I'm concerned about that.
The shoplifting charges, I was with a friend. We had gotten, obviously gotten caught. It was something, like I like to say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, basically. That one was a ticket. We weren't arrested that day. I didn't pay the ticket. I missed the court date to go get an extension. Nothing came of that one. I don't know exactly what happened because until I went to get my cosmetology license in 2015, I didn't even know they had issued a bench warrant on that issue.
Okay, so what are you doing currently?
I am currently a pharmacy cashier with Walgreens.
For how long?
I've been here since November of 2020.
Okay, and so why do you want to be a technician?
When I moved from doing cosmetology into the healthcare field, I enjoyed it. I really did. But I wanted to be on the less medical side of things. After being with the company for a few weeks, I realized that being a technician is really what I wanted to do. And so coming in here and being able to see that and be able to still somewhat work in the healthcare side of things, but not as hands-on as what I was as a med aide, was something that I found that is a good fit for me and for my household.
Okay, and then your family, how are your children doing now?
They're perfect. I mean, I have 3 that live at home with me, and then my 2 older boys that live in Nebraska with their dad. And home life is great. I can't complain about anything. Kids are doing well in school, and they have their extracurriculars that they enjoy doing, and just a pretty good family unit there.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate, Dr. Richmond?
Yes, could you tell me a little bit about what you did as a medication aide?
Well, I worked in a facility with at-risk adults, and from May of 2019 till June, right around the end of May of 2020, when we moved to Arkansas from Nebraska. What I did there was I was a CNA and I was a med aide. So we had a house with 9 individuals that I worked with on a daily basis, and we would pass medications. If you were the charge med aide that day, you were the one in charge of passing medications, making sure everything was charted and logged correctly, and that everything was passed within the time frame that it was supposed to be passed. And then if you weren't on the med aide side of things, more the CNA side of things, you made sure the individuals were taken care of, that all their needs were being met, that they were being, that everything was they were showered that day, that we were doing all their ADLs, which is assisted daily living situations, from being fed to helping prepare the meals to helping pick up their rooms, and just in general making sure that they were taken care of and they were living the most fulfilled life that they could in that situation.
So is this a group home type setting?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is that a group home type setting?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And were these young adults or were these geriatric, elderly?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, sorry.
He was just asking, were they young adults or were they geriatric patients?
It was a fair mix. We in his 20s and one from that and up, they all had intellectual disabilities. So they weren't like you and I. They weren't the most cognitive there, but they still had, or every person does.
I was just trying to get a feel for the age.
Mm-hmm.
freezing up a little bit, actually.
Yeah, it is. Did you have any other questions, Dr. Richmond?
I was just gonna ask her what she shoplifted.
Ms. Anderson, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up on me here. I apologize.
Yeah, you're kind of freezing up. You may want to, if try turning your video off, and it may not use as much bandwidth. You may still be able to talk.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I think
Okay.
Dr. Richmond had one more question.
Yeah, could you, what you shoplifted, what was the value of that?
It was under, I want to say under $200. It was just petty stuff. It was just ridiculous on my part to be that ignorant when it came to something like that.
So was it several things that you shoplifted?
It was several little things. It was nothing. It was just, I don't even remember exactly what they were. I just knew it was several little things.
Thank you.
And the job that you had with the in the home, did you have to have a license to perform those tasks?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I had to hold a 20-hour CNA course for an ICF facility. And then I had to hold a 40-hour Med-Aid license through the state of Nebraska.
Oh, okay, that was in Nebraska. Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
So you got a license as a CNA? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you got a license as a medication aide?
Yes, sir.
And you got a license as a cosmetologist?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No actions were taken on those licenses?
What was that? I'm sorry.
There were no actions taken against your license, no discipline, no revocation?
No, sir. And when I got my cosmetology license in 2015, that's when I decided that I kind of needed to straighten out my life if I wanted to do anything with it and be successful and not have these consequences follow me around everywhere I went.
Thank you.
Okay, any comments by board members? Okay, I'd like to call for a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we grant this tech license.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? If not,
I'm not comfortable with this one.
you're not?
I'm
Okay,
not.
okay. Let me just go down the roll. Dr. Kraus, what is your thinking on this?
I'd vote yay for it.
Okay, Dr. Richmond,
I'm for the motion.
okay, Dr. Jolly,
For the motion.
Dr. Mack,
For the motion.
okay.
For the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take it that the motion is passing. And you'll be granted your license today.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Anderson, I will get this. This will be processed today, and it should be mailed out within the next day or two. So you should have it at the latest by the first of next week.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You enjoy your career.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, Dr. Kirtley, I don't see Ms. Shockley hasn't come in, has she?
Not that we see.
Okay,
I mean, I'm showing just a few minutes after 9:30. We'll give her a few more minutes, but if you wanted to
Okay.
bring up whatever you were going to discuss.
Okay. Let's see if this will work. Just real quick, I was going to go over, this is in my annual strategic initiatives. Our budget passed the joint budget committee yesterday and is a budget referred item going on through the legislative process. So it did have the amendment adopted that we had asked for to increase our funding in the areas, or our appropriation in the areas of those personal contracts, allowing us to do educational activities that we discussed yesterday. A couple of the other things, there was a bill to allow pharmacists to basically match the PrEP Act allotments, allowing pharmacists to prescribe, administer, deliver, distribute, dispense vaccines, immunizations, and meds to treat adverse reactions when administering vaccines, including down to age 3. There were a couple of, I guess, amendments put in there that, had to either refer or also copy, pediatrician on there and encourage well child visits. That was passed. It's Act 406. A companion bill to that would include the ability for pharmacy technicians to administer vaccines along the lines of PrEP Act that are ordered by a pharmacist and supervised. That is Act 407. And all these acts, they won't actually be effective until a date this summer. We don't know what the date's going to be because it's 90 days after the sine die of the legislature. We had another one, authorized pharmacists to provide access to and administration of oral contraceptives. That did pass. It'll let me see if it'll actually directly link and pull this up as well. Yes, that's what I want to do.
So when you say these all passed, the governor hadn't signed it, but it's expected he will?
No, the ones that say act are signed.
Okay.
So if you go back.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Mhm.
That all 3 of those passed?
Yes. Anderson, I mean, like it everything appears to be, going through. I'm going to reshare to make sure I get the right screen on this.
No, the oral contraceptive one 2 years ago really took a lot of heat.
It took some heat this year as well, but not as bad as it had been before.
They didn't do a test and treat like flu and that kind of stuff?
No, that's on there. It's on as well. I just hadn't gotten to it.
Okay.
I'm moving my screen around so I can actually see this correctly. So this actually would add oral contraceptives to the statewide protocol language in the statute. When you scroll down and look at this, in addition to other things, pharmacists are going to have a training program related to oral contraceptives, been approved by the State Board of Pharmacy. So there are some models for that. I've actually been talking with Vincent at the association that this is probably one of the things that, we can work together on to see if we're going to create our own, if we're going to try to use part of someone else's or use the modeling from some of the previous programs, because no matter what we do, it's got to apply to the Arkansas statutes and rules. So pharmacists are going to have a training program related to oral contraceptives approved by the board. They have to screen the patient and determine if they've been seen by a primary care provider or a healthcare provider, women's healthcare provider within the previous 6 months. If they have not been seen by a primary health provider or women's healthcare provider within the previous 6 months, the pharmacist has to do the following: provide the patient with a referral to a local care provider, not dispense more than a 6-month supply of oral contraceptives or the equivalent number of refills to the patient until the patient has been seen. So it is going to limit, if the patient's not being seen by a women's healthcare provider or a primary healthcare provider, it's a 6-month issue. Some of the testimony that actually was even done on say the Senate floor was from people that, talked about, I was, in my family, not me personally, but they were saying in their family, they had a child and were ready to get back on birth control and could not even get to see an OB specialist or a, gynecologist specialist or their primary person for like up to several months. So this would be a stopgap in between there for people that, wanted to be on birth control or get back on birth control. Shall not provide the patient with a referral to a licensed abortion provider. That was some language that was put in there. Shall adopt screening, assessment procedures, and questionnaires. So that is something that we are going to have to not only adopt a training program, but also even have like some of the specific screening sheets that are going to have to be part of our approach.
John, Oregon State Board has some really good screening sheets, and they use some training from probably their college. I can't remember, but
Yeah.
so they had a really good program.
And we've talked about, trying to partner, seeing if it's a possibility to partner with someone else, theirs specifically may not work for us because we're going to Arkansas it basically with our stuff. But no, we're well aware. They've actually presented at some of our meetings several times that both Vincent and I have seen. Have to do a signed consent form that documents explanations that have been given, and they have to report the following to the Department of Health. So pharmacies that are going to participate in this and pharmacists are going to have to be able to tell the Department of Health number of women who receive these oral contraceptives without an external prescription, the age of the women, the standardized information sheet about oral contraceptive dispensing given to the patient. So there had to be a standardized one, and write a summary of consultation to be maintained in the patient's medical record there in the pharmacy. So pharmacists are going to have to determine, are they going to have an add-on in their note system or what they're going to do to have the summary. Shall only initiate therapy, administer, or dispense both under statewide protocol to individual 18 years of age or older. Some of the testimony that's also given is that Arkansas has the highest unintended teen pregnancy rate in the nation, and that a lot of that is in the 18 and 19-year-old population. So that is that.
Hey, John, going back to HB 1134, did you say that lowers it to 3 years of age?
I believe so. Let me go back and pull it up. My screen is limiting some of what I can look at. There's the act. So what it does, it deletes all of that old language and then inserts language that would kind of mirror the PrEP Act. Pharmacists may prescribe, administer, deliver, or dispense medication to treat adverse reactions associated with the administration of vaccines. And some people said, well, that's only the adverse reactions, but then it goes on, and immunizations, vaccines, and immunizations to or for a person 3 years of age or older.
Does the consent requirements for 3 to 18 still stand?
Yes.
Okay.
So you would not have to have any kind of standing order. You could just do it.
That is correct.
So
I'm
no
amazed.
Okay.
So if it's something other than COVID-19 or influenza, they have to participate in the federal Vaccines for Children's program, the VFC, which is doable. We've got several pharmacies that do. Inform the person who is 3 years of age to 6 and adult caregivers accompany the person. Importance of well child visits to a pediatrician or other licensed primary care provider.
So what age would you could you go? I mean, what age would you have to be in Vaccines for Children?
I think it's up to 18. Isn't it?
3 to 6
3 to
is what
6.
it says right here.
So if you started at 6, you would not have to participate?
If you start at 7.
7.
Well,
okay.
it's arguable if it includes 6 but I believe it is. I think the intent is probably to include age 6.
So you have to participate in the VFC program. So that means for Medicaid or cash paying customers, you have to set up some type of supply chain with the Department of Health for those patients. And then
I'd defer to someone else who's an expert on VFC, but this is for immunizations and vaccines other than influenza and COVID-19.
Yeah.
It's like right now,
Most
you don't have any
states, if you
COVID-19 that's even available to anyone 3 to 6, but you can do influenza without having to be in the VFC program. But if you're going to try to start doing, DPT, tetanus, stuff like that, hepatitis, then you'd have to be in VFC.
Most states, when you do VFC, you have to use their product, and that's where the problem comes in for especially the chains. Just having
You
a
have-
whole separate place to put their medication.
Yeah, you have to, yeah, it forces you to sequester your product, and you also have to utilize WebIZ for documentation of, I think, inventory
Yeah.
on a monthly basis, as well as, the immunization data, patient data.
And I think we have 9 pharmacies right now that are in the VC program. And it's one of those things where, I can't say necessarily that there's going to be a ton of people trying to do it for these ages, but it helps remove the conflict that we've got right now between Federal PrEP Act allowances and state rules, state statute.
Right.
And John, unrelated to what you're going through here, but the paragraph that you had the links in your strategic plan, I think it was. Can you just copy and paste those paragraphs just to save me going to look them up?
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to send you that whole thing today.
Okay, thank you.
So I was actually trying to find one more that I was going to add to it. There's not, because several of those things they weren't our sponsored things, but they have significant impact for us. There's a couple of them that I did not put on there, but I'd be happy to send you guys. There's a CRNA bill and then an APN expansion of practice bill that will be fascinating to watch, so that certified registered nurse anesthetist would not have to be supervised during surgical procedures. Like the argument on that, and somebody would get mad if I mischaracterize it, but the way that I listened to it and watched it was that there are CRNAs that are employed a lot of times by hospitals and rural hospitals, and then there are surgeons that come in. Well, there's not necessarily an anesthesiologist on site, and so it would make the surgeon then responsible for all the work of the CRNA. And some of the surgeons are like, I'm doing surgery, not anesthesia. I don't see how I can do surgery and be responsible for anesthesia. And in some rural areas, apparently the surgeons weren't willing to come do surgery. So that was a fascinating discussion, but that passed through. And there's another bill that would give APNs the ability, after they've got basically 3 years or 6,240 hours of work under a collaborative practice agreement, that there's a committee that will be formed of physicians and nurses and a couple ex officio people that would be the head of the my counterparts at nursing and medical boards to, I guess, credential or allow nurse practitioners to have approval for independent practice without collaborative practice agreements after they've worked a certain amount of time. Interesting stuff, to say the least.
Yeah, thanks for going over that.
Looks like we've got
But more
somebody.
things that passed, you said? Oh, sorry.
No, there are still there's a couple of bills that will specifically impact us. I'm going to work on putting those in there because it's about pharmacy delivery and disclosures to patients. I need to actually pull up and see where they are in the process, and I'll add those to the strategic initiatives. And those were just filed last week.
But you said the test and treat has already passed as well?
Yes, because it included the ability for prescribers to do to dispense specific things. They actually combined the two bills, the prescriber dispensing bill and the pharmacist expanded authority bill together.
What changed with the physician dispensing, John? Do they still have to go through the application process?
Not for some things. Let me see if I can this is why I have my other computer. It's a whole lot easier to find stuff on. Let me try to pull it up.
Wasn't it like 2012 or in prior, there was a grandfather clause, but after that, they required an application process?
I cannot remember the date, but there definitely was a grandfather clause of sorts. On down, here we go. That is Act 503. Your screen on this. We've got one of our 10 o'clock, I think, that's come on, but we can talk just a little bit longer and maybe we'll get more than one. All right, here you go. That was House Bill 1246. There was a companion bill 12, I think it was 1247 that was about the prescribers, but they put all that language over into 1246 and basically expanded it. It's 7 pages. You guys will have a link to this as well. So it tells what the overall approach is. So it adds into the Pharmacy Practice Act, providing pharmacy care. Pharmacists may treat the following conditions within the framework of a statewide written protocol. So this is a statewide written protocol, and it explains this further down that I believe the medical and pharmacy board both have to agree to. So influenza, pharyngitis caused by Streptococcus A. So strep A, if you've got a positive test for flu, a positive test for strep. Other conditions that can be screened utilizing CLIA wave test is the lay terminology for that. May be adopted by rule of the Board of Pharmacy in consultation with and upon approval of the medical board. So that's the part that we both have to do. Shall only treat conditions for which the pharmacist has tested and that are approved under this subdivision. Board of Pharmacy with consultation and approval of the medical board shall adopt by rule. So here's where it gets interesting. A formulary of medicinal drugs that pharmacists may prescribe for treatment of conditions listed in the subdivision above, and a written statewide protocol for conditions listed in it, which shall include without limitation age of people that can be treated and medications to be used to treat people under the subdivision. So although this law will be effective in July, there's a lot of groundwork that we've got to get done for this one to be effective. There, it doesn't want to work. Formula shall include, FDA approved drugs, shall not include any controlled substances in Schedule 1 through 4. Pharmacists may write a prescription for over-the-counter medication, supplies, and devices. So it actually includes that. So you could get away from the strict OTC, potentially from the strict OTC boxed directions to also treat a patient, because there's a lot of RX products that are now also moved over to OTC.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Go back up to paragraph 2. Now, is that saying that the drugs can only be prescribed for their approved FDA indications? Does that mean there's no off-label use?
Formularies shall include medicinal drugs approved by the US FDA, which are indicated for treatment of these conditions, including without limitation any over-the-counter medication. I think it depends on what you write the protocol for, because there will probably be antibiotics that had original approvals for something, very specific to get their initial FDA approval. And a lot of them don't necessarily go back and get every single bacteria that they are being treated for. But that's something, we've got to adopt the drugs in a protocol agreement. So that's something to look at then. So going on down, prescription, and it's very much pharmacists whose practice is located within this state. This is a whole nother thing, and this is about substitution of therapeutically equivalent drugs. So we before had language that a prescriber could put MTS or TSA, like may therapeutically substitute or therapeutic substitution approved. But this one, it deletes some of that where it says shall occur only after the prescriber grants such authorization for each prescription. It says a pharmacist whose practice is located within this state. So it's not going to apply to someone out of state mailing in, but if they are in the state of Arkansas practicing, may substitute one medication for a therapeutically equivalent medication. And it goes through this. They shall not substitute one medication for another if the prescription is in writing and the prescriber indicates in his or her own handwriting by name or initial that no substitution is to be made. Very similar to our generic substitution rules right now. a prescription is not in writing, the prescriber expressly indicates it. So either verbally or some other way if it's electronic. Or the Board of Pharmacies determined that a therapeutic equivalent medication should not be substituted and has notified all pharmacists of that determination. So something we'll have to discuss in the future. There's a lot of anguish that people think you're literally going to take an antipsychotic for an antipsychotic and take two that are completely different, two different therapeutic classes even. And anytime someone has asked us, I try to reassure them there's a big difference between arguing, Enbrel versus Humira versus two completely different types of antipsychotics or antidepressants or something like that. So then it moves on down point of care treatment. This further explains point of care testing or point of care treatment. To talk about the testing, you've got to hold a licensed practice pharmacy in the state. You've got to report a diagnosis or suspected existence of influenza to the Department of Health. So if you're testing for flu and you get a positive, you've got to report that. Furnish patient records to the healthcare practitioner designated by the patient upon the request of the patient. So if they say, well, I've gotten this done, please tell Dr. Smith, who I usually see, that this was also done. We've got to maintain records for 2 years, which we have to maintain everything for 2 years. Then it goes into section 1795. Ours is 1792, medicine is 1795. Is using this section of dispensing physician, and it redefines some of these sections. I'm going to scroll down the underlying language. State Medical Board. Here we go. Scrolls on down. So it added, we had already talked about adding nicotine replacement therapy in last session. So they just recapitalized that to help the flow of it. And contraceptives were exempt. So now what it has actually added is acute care medication or initial treatment for maintenance medications. And then it defines those. So a physician would not have to have a dispensing permit for these. Acute care medication, legend drug, not a controlled substance prescribed for no more than 14 days of therapy. It includes the following. Anti-infectives, anti-inflammatory, anti-nausea, antihistamines, and cough medications. So you can get in things like, Tessalon pearls and antihistamines, NSAIDs, things like that. Then talks about initial treatment. First prescription written for a specific medication intended to initiate therapy, not a controlled substance. No more than 30 days. And then it's got to be for one of the following conditions: hypertension, diabetes, hypercholesterolemia. And this all does not take effect actually until January 1st of 2022. So this won't be a July issue. This will be a January 22 issue. And that's for sections 1 through 4.
Pretty amazing that all that passed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of these bills.
I'll tell you, a lot of this went into the fact of on scope of practice issues. A lot of people are just tired of hearing the individual assaults on scope of practice issues. You hear from one group on this that's for this and against that. And it basically turned into on the physicians and pharmacists, it's an all or nothing. And I think that both sides had a lot of discussion and, made concessions to get something that, wasn't perfect necessarily for either, but worked for all. And this is what we came up with. And not we as in me, but the association and medical society, I know, worked really hard on all that.
Hey,
Thanks for the update.
Yep.
John, just a
Yes.
real quick question. I know we need to move on to what's on the agenda, but for the physician dispensing that first 30 days, do you have any insight into, I'm thinking about home meds that are brought into the hospital and medication reconciliation. Do they have to adhere to the same labeling requirements?
Yes.
Pharmacy does.
And in fact, I thought it said, let me find it real quick. Arkansas State Medical Board shall adopt rules for physician dispensing that at minimum meet the same requirements for dispensing and oversight established by the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay.
So they're going to have to label it just like us, oversee it just like us. It's not going to be a, hand them a random bottle and say, take 2 of these and call me in the morning issue. It actually, means they have to adopt rules just like us.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's in, I think that's subsection 4, that may be 5. That's in subsection 5. So. I think we've only got one of our 10 o'clocks on.
And John, I showed that she's the only one that was confirmed anyway. So, I mean,
Okay.
it's taking the time to confirm. So she may be the only one here. So,
And
Beach, are you on there?
did we get your other 9:30?
We can take care of it in a minute.
Okay. So I think I've got Miss Savannah Beach. You're still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you
And we
get your video? There we go.
Sorry.
So Miss Beach, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you kind of who all you see on screen and just a couple of things about this process. So
Okay.
on screen, you've got on the staff side, myself, Mr. Luke Daniel is our legal counsel. Dr. Cindy Fain is one of our inspector investigators. Dr. McCready is our assistant director, and Miss Bergen is our all things IT in case Zoom breaks for us.
Okay.
Everyone else you see are board members. Dr. Lenore Newsom is the president of the board and the chair of this committee. And then we also have other pharmacists that are on the board, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. In this process, we see that we have something about your pharmacy technician registration, I believe, to discuss with you. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel in just a couple of minutes. More importantly, we call this an informal committee review because we're all just in a meeting talking. This is different than a formal hearing. In a formal hearing, we would have a court reporter and a hearing officer and swear everyone in. It would be much more like going to court for a case. Whatever the board members come up with today, you would have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we just go forth with what they say. If you disagree with it, then it means the board members could, ask for a full hearing at a later date or an emergency hearing or something along those lines.
Okay.
But real quick, do you have any questions about how this process works?
Not really. You kind of just answered it for me.
Okay. So Mr. Daniel's going to present kind of our side of what we have. The board members are going to want to talk to you. If at any point during this you have a question about how this is working or anything procedurally, by all means, wave your hands, get our attention, interrupt us. We want to be sure we answer any questions you have as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Carley. This is a pharmacy technician applicant. She did not disclose there is a question. Have you ever had a license, certificate, registration in a healthcare practice, et cetera, denied, revoked, suspended, restricted, remanded? It came back. She has in 2010, she has a true finding of mental abuse of a long-term care resident. She was employed at, I believe it was a nursing home in Greenbrier. She was working as a CNA. It was reported that she and another CNA, they were using walkie-talkies and had put a walkie-talkie in a patient's room. Whatever the original reason for that was, I'm really not unsure. But at a later point, they had a walkie-talkie in the room, and her and another CNA were using it to scare the resident, saying boo and stuff like that through the walkie-talkie. This was, like I said, this was a nursing home. This was a woman who was having issues, even staying in bed. So it appeared to be there were some mental issues. And then they were using this walkie-talkie to pretty much scare her. This was reported. She was terminated from that employment. She does state in her, we asked her to provide a written statement where she does admit that they were doing this. She has, and there's a, this is so old, like I said, it was from 2010. Her entire CNA file doesn't exist anymore, but I do have a report from the DHS Office of Long-Term Care that showed as of March of 2011, her employment, she has an employment disqualification based on finding of in-state aid registry. She is not able to be, is a permanent employment disqualification as far as what the paperwork shows. So that's why she's here today. I realize this is 11 years old, but just due to the nature of it, we asked her to be here today so the board could make a decision on her license. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
All right. You want to tell us in your own words what happened at this long-term care facility?
Yes, we did get the walkie-talkie and put it in there. The woman, it was storming, and she was having like issues. Like she was crawling out of bed, and every time we kept having to go back in and go back in. And so I thought if we put the walkie-talkie in, we could talk to her over it, not necessarily scare her. That came later, and that was one of the other girls, and I got faulted because I did put the walkie-talkie in there. But I kept saying her name over it and would talk to her, you know, keep saying her name just to try and make her think someone was in the room with her. Because if someone stayed in there, she would stay in the bed and we wouldn't have to keep, you know, taking turns going back and forth and going in. So I just thought maybe it would help. And then everyone else wanted to start doing the boo boo, and I'm the one that got blamed for it. So I should have known better, but I thought it was going to help, but it turned into a mess.
Okay. So what have you been doing for work since then?
I was a stay-at-home mom. After that, I stayed home, and until August of this past year, I didn't work.
Okay. And so what work are you doing right now?
I work at the pharmacy. I work at the register.
At the register. For how long have you been there?
I got
How long
hired
have you
in
been
August.
there?
August.
In August. Okay. And why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
It seems like it would be a nice job. I think I would be able to do good at it. It would be a career, and it would be something that, you know, I could always have and be able to support myself if I had to.
Okay. And you haven't done anything else that would be considered cruelty to another person?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions? Yes, Mr. Daniel.
I just, and I'll make it very quick. You stated that you did not scare her or say boo through the walkie-talkie.
No, it was the other girl and me and her were fighting at the time. So she went and told, and it was all blamed on me.
Okay,
and then I ended up getting fired.
Okay, I have your personal statement that you wrote and sent in. Do you remember that? You wrote it on notebook paper and sent in, talk about this. And it says in there, and I quote, "I can't remember if it was me or the other girl that done it first, but we both did it. We made a boo sound through the walkie-talkie."
Well, I don't remember.
So in your statement, you're admitting that you did it, but today you're saying you didn't.
Yeah, because I didn't. I mean,
Why would you put that in your statement?
Because whenever I talked to the lady at the, what's it called? Over the board of, not pharmacy, but the thing, she was telling me that she didn't know. And so I went back and I talked to the girl that I actually used to work with. And so she told me that, you know, she explained what her side of it was, and she told me what she remembered. And so I went from there. But when I wrote the letter, I had not talked to her.
But when you wrote the letter, you remember doing it.
No, I said I did not remember, because you just said I do not know if it was me or her.
Well, you said you don't remember which one, if it was you or her that did it first, but we both did it. We made a boo sound through the walkie-talkie.
Well, I kept saying her name. Her name, I remember her name, and I kept saying her name over and over.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Dr. McCready? You're muted.
I have a question. If you're taking care of a patient that has some issues like she did, even just the walkie-talkie and saying her name over and over again, don't you think that was cruel?
Yes, that's why I said looking back at it, it was the wrong decision. I just figured if we put the walkie-talkie in, she would think somebody was in the room with her. That was my logic behind it.
My second issue is that you were not honest in your application when you filled this out. It asked if you'd ever been revoked. You said no. It asked if you'd ever had any action on a license. You said no. That's dishonesty.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
Dr. McCready just addressed the last thing I was going to ask.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, what is the will of the board?
So the act was many years ago, but the lack of disclosure was recent. So Becca, your sound's not coming through.
Sorry, I was double muted on my phone as well. Ms. Beach, does your supervising pharmacist at Baker Drug know about this issue?
Yes. I've told him about it. I'm actually at work. He said he would be on here if he needed to be.
Okay, Dr. Kraus, do you have any comments?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. Dr. Jolly?
It was 11 years ago, but it wasn't disclosed on the application, which I have an issue with. So honestly, I'm a little torn on this one.
Dr. Mack?
Yes, I'm a little torn as well. I mean, I feel like it was a really long time ago, and we certainly have had others that haven't disclosed. I don't like that they don't disclose, believe me, but this one's a little bit more difficult.
How long have you worked at Baker Drug?
Since August.
Okay, you said that. I actually would love to hear from your pharmacist if.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't we get them to come
Right
in?
here.
They said they would.
Okay.
Can't hear anything. You got your earplug in. What? Hello.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
Sorry, I can barely hear. I just walked in. What are y'all needing from me?
Okay, can you give us your name, please, sir, and her work history?
Did you say work history?
Yeah, how she's been doing at work.
I'm the pharmacist in charge here at Baker Drug in Conway.
What was your name
And
again?
how has she been doing with her work?
Here, I'm going to have to get her headphones. I can't hear y'all. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. See if I can hear you now.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about her work ethic and all, since she's been with you?
Her work ethic?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's been a really good employee. She started here back in the summer, and she's done everything we need her to do. Take deliveries. Our lobby was closed when she started, so we were running stuff out to the parking lot, and running the register, now that we're doing all the vaccines, she's taking all these phone calls, scheduling vaccine appointments. She's been a really good employee for us so far.
Is she nice to the patients, your patients that come in?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You're aware of the issue that we're concerned about, that we're asking about, that happened in her past with her CNA license?
Yes, whenever she applied for a tech license, yeah, we found out about it, yes.
You have no problem with that?
No, the way she explained it to me, it seemed like, you know, just a situation where, you know, somebody kind of made her the scapegoat for something that had happened. It didn't seem like a big deal to me.
The fact that she has a
So, Andy, go ahead, Dr. Richmond.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So, Andy, our concern is that her written statement to the board doesn't match her verbal statement today. And then she also did not disclose this when she initially applied for her application. So that's sort of like two strikes of dishonesty. And that's where we have paused and we're sort of concerned. That's not really a question. I'm just wondering, obviously you've hired her, you would like her to get this technician permit. Can you make me feel better about maybe what you've seen?
Her honesty.
I didn't see her written statement, and I wasn't back here to hear what she was telling y'all today, so I'm not sure about that. But from everything I've seen for the last, you know, almost a year now, 9 months, I mean, she's been a great employee for us, so I have no concerns about something that happened, what was it, 10 years ago? Like 11 years ago when she was.
And does it give you concern that she has a permanent employment disqualification from the Office of Long-Term Care?
Not for what we're doing here, no.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions of this gentleman? Thank you for your time, sir.
Okay, thanks for your consideration. Y'all want her back on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you all thinking?
Can you, in your own words, possibly tell us, I mean, did you learn something from that? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess just make us feel better about, okay, you did something that was a long time ago.
The stupid mistake I made 11 years ago. Yeah, it was horrible, and I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. It just follows me around. So, yeah.
And you feel good working with the public, and I mean, there will be all
I
kinds
really
of
like working
customers that come in.
Mhm. Yeah.
The support of her supervisor, there's a lot of weight with me, and I would be okay with giving her a permit.
Yeah, I would second that. I think that went a long way.
I so move.
Okay. Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, can you raise your hands? We'll make sure we get.
Me?
Oh, okay, all right.
No.
All right. Thank you all. The motion passes. Okay, good luck.
Do a good
And-
job for your customers and your boss, because
Yes, ma'am.
he kind of swayed us.
Mhm.
Also, too,
Okay.
just always address things, own it up front. You know, if things like this come up in the future, just admit to it,
Yeah.
explain it, and move on. There
Not
are
try to hide it.
consequences, but you know, we all make mistakes.
So
Your
Luke, that was
application
a,
will be processed today and it'll get out in the mail at the latest. You should have it by
No.
the first of next week. You will probably have it sometime this week.
Luke,
And
that's a,
you
Okay.
can start working as a pharmacy technician when you receive it.
Luke, that was a
Okay.
2020 application.
Oh, yes.
So I
Yeah,
think,
there's gonna be, there's gonna be, since,
yeah,
I'm glad you caught
$35.
that. Since this is a new, in 2020, if your application been granted, it would have expired at the end of the year. Since this is a new
Okay.
2-year term, you will owe an extra $35. So you can just
Okay.
send in a money order or however you want to pay that, but you'll need to get that sent in before your application.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Glad you caught that, John. I didn't even see it or wasn't paying attention.
so I think that we're done with Miss Beach. Mr. Daniel, I don't see anybody else for our 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got a 9:30 that's not here and 2 10 o'clock. So if we can go through them real quick, and then we've got that's all, Miss Beach, thank you.
Yeah.
And so now we've got a 10:30 pharmacist on a prescription area, so we can get through these real quick, and then maybe she'll be on.
Okay, let me ask this question. Does anybody need to take a comfort break? Or everybody go, oh, we do? Okay, can we break and just
Sure.
start
5 minutes.
at 10:30 and then go pick these up a little later?
Sure.
Okay, all right, everybody be back at 10:29. Thank you. Okay, we still got 2 people need to get on board. There they are. So, Mr. Daniel?
Yeah, we've got a few from this morning that we can finish up just very briefly. Caitlyn Shaki, she was scheduled to be here at 9:30 and we haven't seen her yet. So this was pharmacist technician application. She did not disclose any arrest. In 2019, she was arrested for possession of controlled substance, marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. She entered a guilty plea to the possession. It was later dismissed under a First Offenders Act after she completed probation. She did admit to the police of having marijuana, a smoking pipe, and a grinder. In 2017, she also has a failure to appear conviction. Based on her admitted possession of marijuana and paraphernalia, and the fact that she's not here today, we ask her application be denied.
Okay, I would like to entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Next, we have Caleb Brown. Also don't have any, he's scheduled to be here at 10 o'clock. It's now 10:30. I've not heard or seen from him. This is a pharmacy technician application. He did mark that yes, he would have some criminal history. In 2014, he was charged with rape, which is statutory rape. He was 18 and admitted to having sex with a 13-year-old individual. He was later allowed to plead to a misdemeanor harassment charge. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. But do have the, I didn't include, there was a summary of that police investigation that was quite graphic. I did not include it in the documents that I sent out, but he did admit, like I said, to having sex with a 13-year-old girl. Based on that and the fact that he's not here, would ask his application be denied.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The motion passes.
Precious Jones, again, application. She did not disclose that she had any arrest in theft of property. I'm sorry, in 2018, she was arrested for theft of property. She entered a guilty plea. It was later dismissed after probation under the First Offenders Act. She was also arrested later for not paying her fine. On the police report, the narrative is pretty short, but it does say that the loss prevention agent stated that this defendant and another defendant came into the store and selected and concealed merchandise from the store. He does say that they were stopped and the merchandise was recovered. He does state in the police report that both subjects were concealing items. In her statement, of course, she said she went there with a friend and the friend stole and she was just there, so she got arrested. But you don't get arrested for just being around somebody who's stealing. Anyway, that being said, she's not here. Based on the 2018 arrest for theft of property and the fact that she's not here today, we would ask her application be denied.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Motion.
Motion to deny.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
At 10:30, we have, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name or the name at all. Vinayak
Jury.
Shajuri. This is a prescription error. He actually lived and works out of Illinois. This was and I show that it was mailed to his address that the board has on file, and I show that it stated from the post office that, let me pull up exactly, get the language. It states from the post office, delivered to agent for final delivery. So I don't know if that's some type of doorman. I don't know what that is, but I don't really know what that means. But it was, like I said, it was showed that it was delivered. He was an overnight pharmacist working for one of the hospitals. This was a med error that Dr. Robertson looked into. But he, like I said, this person's not here today. We really can't take any formal action since he is not here. So I'm just going to ask that we just set this for a formal hearing, and we'll just set it from there, and he will receive an order notice of hearing. And if he doesn't show up at that point, then the board can make whatever decision it wants to make.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
And like I said, I haven't talked to him, and I'll double check with Nancy to be sure that she hasn't talked to him either, but I don't, like I said, it shows that it was served at his residence. We have one more thing at 11 this morning, which is a PD reinstatement on a person with some mental health issues. So, and we haven't heard from him either, so I'm not positive. I don't know, John, if you heard anything? Okay.
No.
So we have that set at 11. And we had a few things that got moved this afternoon, but we do have some discussion. I don't know if there's any more discussion topics that need to be talked about. And then we have a pharmacy and several pharmacists this afternoon. But like I said, we've got that one other thing at 11. John, I don't know if you've got anything between now and then, or Brenda, or anybody that needs to be discussed, or even if board members have anything that needs to be discussed. We got about 20 minutes.
We could take a break, or I could go over more strategic stuff.
Let's keep moving.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing.
They have a long lunch break again today.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, we had some 1 o'clock and a 1:45 that was kind of similar, or some similar staff at two pharmacies, and the attorney had a last minute issue that had to be resolved anyway. We had to move something at the last minute. It just happens from time to time. I hate that there's a big gap there, and we're actually trying to move a couple of things. We don't have a full afternoon tomorrow. Let me find my schedule. So we're trying to move one or two things to this afternoon if possible. So, but we don't have anything after 1:30 tomorrow, and everybody for tomorrow afternoon is confirmed, but it should be hopefully a short afternoon tomorrow.
All right, let me pull these up.
And John, we've also need to at some point, let me pull up a calendar. We're going to need another, we've got a board meeting set in June, the 8th and 9th, but we're going to need another informal set at some point. Don't want to do it before June. That's 2 months away, but we've already got some stuff that's sitting in my box over here for my informal box that'll need to be set. So I don't know if we could, if y'all just want to, we don't have to decide right now, but y'all are the ones that usually come to all of them anyway. So if y'all want to look at your calendars and maybe.
Did you want to push it to July? Because don't we normally have one in early July, like right after the 4th?
That would work. Either the week after either the first full week or the second full week.
Yeah, we normally try to get it that first full week before everybody get into vacations.
Okay, because the 4th is on a Sunday, so Monday will be a holiday.
Oh, well, you won't be able to get people in for reciprocity then.
Well, no,
Well,
this
no,
is
no,
just,
this,
we're talking about
excuse
an
me,
informal.
this is informal, so we can come in with the 6th, 7th, or 8th. Does
Yeah, or maybe
anybody?
do 7th and 8th, and that'll give us a day when we get back to be sure we've got everything we need.
That'd be good.
People may be out of town. I don't know if anybody, does anybody there have an issue staff wise or board member wise with the 7th and 8th?
Of July.
Yes.
I should just be back.
Okay. Where you
That's
headed?
You need to be wary of the
Vacation or
day
is that your
right after the holiday.
I'm sorry.
I said, I think you ought to be a little wary of the day right after the holiday, first full day back at work. It's a very busy
Yeah. That's
day.
why we were looking at maybe the 7th and 8th instead of the 6th.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Well, would that be hard? Do we need to go to the second week if no one has vacations planned? Because that would be the determining force would be vacations. And we could push it to next week.
I
Go
don't
for like the
have
13th, 14th.
I don't have any issue with either week, so I don't know if anybody else. I'll leave it up to y'all.
I may have a class July 14th, but I mean, that first week I think would work unless somebody's planning on taking vacation for the 4th.
But if we go to the 7th and 8th, that should be fine.
Yeah,
That'll
7th
give
and
you-
8th, that Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes.
I'll just put it down and send out an email to remind anybody. Then if something comes up, we can, I mean, like I said, I mean, there's 6 here today. I mean, as long as we have 4, I mean, we've done it with as few as 3. I prefer to have 4 in case somebody needs to recuse on something, but like I said, we'll put it down for that 7th and 8th then, if that's okay with everybody.
Fine.
Okay.
Oh, let me go back to my.
Okay, and John, we're not going to be able to move that from what we tried to move from tomorrow to today. She said she's got meetings all day.
Okay.
But
so every time I do this, it messes up the top of the screen for me. Here we go. Got 2 other bills I can try to give you a quick overview of. House Bill 1852 is almost a 1-pager. And these were just introduced last week. I don't think either one of them, I can actually tell here, been set on a calendar or going to Public Health Committee on this one, but I don't see when that's going to be yet. Set standards for prescription delivery and for other purposes. You see it's got a number of sponsors and co-sponsors on both House and Senate side. So this talks about home delivery service, providing medication from a pharmacy licensed in the state to a patient through any means other than the patient picking up the medication at the physical pharmacy location, including shipping, mailing, delivering, intermittent, or dispensed legend drug. Board of Pharmacy shall promulgate and maintain rules defining the standard of care for pharmacies and pharmacists that provide home delivery services in the state. A pharmacy or pharmacist owns or controls, is owned or controlled by, or is under ownership or control with an insurance company, pharmacy benefits manager, pharmaceutical manufacturer, pharmaceutical wholesaler, or PBM affiliate, then the pharmacy, including any common ownership or controlling entities or pharmacist, shall not require that a patient receive his or her prescription through home delivery services. Pharmacy or pharmacist is not prohibited from charging a nominal fee for home delivery service if it is charged to the patient with his or her express consent. So basically, you'd have to let the patient know that there is a charge for the delivery service and they have to consent to it. The board may modify delivery standards to accommodate changes in technology and for other reasons. So that's all the statute says. It's fascinating because it has the section basically for us that we would have to set, the low hanging fruit here would be things like you have to have it in a controlled delivery manner. You have to have it under temperature control to be sure it's not going outside the appropriate storage of the medication for an extended period of time. I think this is complete conjecture on my part, or educated guess. But, especially through COVID, we have had reports, mainly anecdotal, of patients going to pharmacies because their prescriptions that are being mailed from other states aren't getting there in a timely manner. I mean, I think everybody's dealing with that with packages. We were dealing with that with our own mail coming into the office. It's funny. I think that we're going to tell kids one day that Amazon Prime used to always get there in 2 days, and that's not the case now. Most Prime stuff is, 4 or 5 days out. If it comes in 2 days, it's fairly amazing. But then it also has this other subsection that talks about how if you're an insurance company or a PBM or something along those lines, or a manufacturer, you cannot force your patients to have to use home delivery services only. So I think that's almost more of a, that's an insurance issue as well, but it would mean that a pharmacy would not be able to have a contract that was exclusive home delivery for patients to be forced into it.
So what about specialty drugs, John? They're filled by an out-of-state pharmacy and the patients are forced to only use that pharmacy. Would they still be allowed to do that, like on a one-off basis, as long as they, is this more of a global approach where you can't force them to do, they couldn't force them to do home delivery for their entire portfolio of meds, but it's okay for certain specialty drugs?
So if a pharmacy or pharmacist owns or controls, is owned or controlled by, or is under ownership control with any of these entities, they shall not require that the patient receive his or her prescriptions through home delivery services. So it's convoluted, and I can't tell you exactly what all that would exactly impact, but that it says what it says for now. We'll have to wait and see if it gets amended or anything else. It's a filed bill at the moment. So it hasn't even been through its first committee, to my knowledge. The other one is a lengthier one. It's Senate Bill 617. This one is fascinating because the title, Act to require written consent of patient to transfer a prescription from a pharmacy, to require disclosure by a PBM, healthcare insurer, pharmacy, pharmacist, physician, or hospital of ownership interest or possible conflicts of interest, to prohibit data mining of patient information by PBM, healthcare insurer, pharmacy, and pharmacist, and for other purposes. This one's 3 pages, but it's busy. New prescription request and new refill request from a prescriber. A pharmacy, pharmacist, employee of pharmacy entity who owns or controls, is owned or controlled by, or is under ownership control with, it's that same type of language. An insurance company, a health clinic, a hospital, a rural health center, FQHC, federally qualified health center, a PBM, a manufacturer, a wholesaler, or a PBM affiliate shall not request or solicit refill requests for prescription meds from a prescriber for a patient who has not previously filled prescriptions with the pharmacy without express written consent for each individual prescription requested, or they shall not request a new prescription medication from a prescriber for a patient who has not previously filled prescriptions with the pharmacy without express written consent for each individual prescription requested. Like that section alone, I was talking to a physician friend of mine and was telling him, he mentioned something about having trouble with this. I told him there was a bill that had just been filed last week on it. And he said they literally have quit responding to new refill requests or new prescription or refill requests for patients unless it's a pharmacy that they're already familiar with, because he said he was getting a ton of them that then the patient would say, I didn't even ask for that. Like, or I don't know who that is. So I think that this is targeted at some of the data mining, and it gets further into that, where people that are in part of that system can see, well, John Smith is getting such and such prescription. And it appears that a new pharmacy that John Smith has no relationship with is asking for prescription and then calling him and saying, hey, we have your prescriptions ready. We've seen this some in the worker comp cases that we had faced previously with the pharmacies that were doing the compounding of, mainly topical issues, that would see there was a workers comp claim, and then they would call the patient and say, hey, we're working with workers comp and we have something that might be helpful to you. And they're calling prescribers to get approval of things that the patient didn't really ask for. The patient had no relationship with the pharmacy and billing gigantic sums of money. So it goes on. Talking about physician providing new prescriptions refilled to a pharmacy that is not physically located in the state, or to a pharmacy that utilizes a common carrier to deliver medication to the mail. That pharmacy shall establish a professional relationship between the pharmacist and the patient by telephone or telemedicine consult. So they can't just mail, they've got to establish this relationship. Obtain express consent to provide pharmacist services before any prescription medication being processed, filled, mailed, or delivered to a patient. So they have to have approval from the patient, not only to ship it to them, but before they can actually fill the prescription. So I would think you can't bill it or fill it until you have express authorization of, yes, I am choosing you as my pharmacy provider. Include communication with the patient to make sure they're sending it to the right place and have the right contact information. The expectation for time of delivery of the prescription, which is a gripe we do hear about. And then disclosure of any conflicts of interest that are potential common ownership or anything like that between anybody else in their relationship. So if there's a common relationship with your insurance company, with a wholesale distributor you're related to, a hospital, a FQHC, or anything like that, you have to tell the patient. If the conditions are not met, the pharmacy and pharmacist shall not fill, bill, dispense, or mail any prescription medications to the patient. Goes on to add some language about disclosure of ownership interest or possible conflicts of interest required, and a prohibition on data mining. And, this is the fascinating part. I mean, we've never had anything about data mining, but it goes through, find it. Talks about if you're a pharmacy or pharmacist, physician, hospital, if you're in any of the loop for the information, you have to disclose to the consumer any ownership interest or possible conflicts of interest with a PBM, healthcare insurer, or healthcare payer. And this is the kicker down here, not access and utilize patient information, including either medical information, patient charts, or billing claims information, to market or contact patients in order to solicit the transfer of the patient to a particular pharmacy. So if you're not already selected by that patient and they're not contacting you, you can't utilize billing information or chart information that you would have access as an affiliate to then solicit business from the patient for a specific pharmacy. Once again,
John, you may have said this, but how's that going to be enforced? Like, under whose jurisdiction does that fall?
Ours. So if this were to pass just like it is, if we found a pharmacy and a pharmacist guilty of having been involved in this scheme, then it would enable the Board of Pharmacy to fine, place probation, or revoke license or permits, just like other violations. So if there's a pharmacy that we find that's doing this and it's a one-time deal, I mean, we could bring them into an informal or a formal hearing. Our fining authority is up to $1,000 per instance. We have ability to put people on probation, to suspend their ability to practice for a period of time, or to revoke their license or their permit. So it's both the pharmacist would potentially have a catch in this, and the pharmacy that would be involved.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, is if there's a separate corporate entity that is the data mining, you know what I mean? And then they're, I guess, contractually obligated or through some sort of common ownership, they're referring it to the pharmacy, but the pharmacy is just receiving the information and processing the prescriptions. Do we still have effective, like, governance over that? Governance probably isn't the right word, but.
Yeah. Do we have authority over it?
You know what I mean? If it's like if it's a different entity, a different corporate entity that's not registered with us, that's the one soliciting that information and providing it to the pharmacy, are we going to be able to do anything?
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, you know, people could try to split out every part of their business and say, you know, oh, I didn't do that illegally. That's another arm of the business. I mean, our ties on the pharmacies and pharmacists who are specifically banned from this. But if they're the ones receiving the information, I mean, I know it's kind of like being in receipt of stolen property, I guess. It's you know, over the years, it's been fascinating. I know Dr. Newsom, I think, and I've had this conversation before. It amazes me how many people come in to reciprocate and become the Arkansas permitted PIC for an out-of-state operation and have almost no clue what an operation is doing. It's like, well, are you compounding? Like, well, we think there's some compounding going on. And I'm sitting there looking at the application. I'm like, well, it's called such and such compounding pharmacy. And then it's, well, what products do you compound? Oh, I'd have to check with somebody else. Do you bill insurance? I'm not part of that either. And there have been some times when it has gotten so, I don't know, it's been such an obtuse conversation that the board has even stopped and said, I think you need to understand, if you are going to be the Arkansas PIC for an out-of-state entity, you are responsible for whatever that entity does. Like, you are accepting responsibility as a PIC. And if we have to call that corporation in for that pharmacy in for a hearing, you're going to be called in as the PIC. And I would not accept responsibility for something if I was that unaware of what was actually going on. If they're fraudulent activities, like, I'm not going to have my name on the application, not realizing that fraud's going on, or I would hope not. But,
excuse me. But we had something like this probably about 3 years back for one of these pill packaging companies were calling patients at home, usually the elderly people, and they would call for all the prescriptions. And when it's time for medicines, the family member that takes care of the person come in and said, well, Mama said there was something different about her meds. And I said, yeah, somebody called and transferred all her meds. And then we have to call the doctors to get them back. And these guys would be aggressive. They would be calling for the transfers. And it was just really strange. But usually stuff like this happens during the summer when things are slower.
Well, and, you know, it's kind of the same line of things we see where, you know, I think it was my mother last year is having to pick her Part D plan for the upcoming year. And someone called her and it was like, hey, we can assist you. It's like, well, I mean, you can tell me about my options. And then she said, but I'm going to talk to my son and my daughter before I make a final decision. And the person it offended my mother, got real hoarse. She says, well, aren't you able to make your own decisions?
Yeah.
She's like, well, my kids are both pharmacists and I like to talk to them about my healthcare. So you don't have the ability to make I mean, it was like,
yeah, they get aggressive.
Real pushy. And she called me and said, what's going on? I said, well, it sounds to me like someone is getting paid to sign you up for certain plans. And if they, you know, they act like they're giving you information, but if they're going to get pushy about signing you up, it tells me they're getting a commission for it. So I said, and if you don't know which ones they're selling for what reasons, you have no idea. But, you know, here's what we do. We get on the Medicare website. We look at what, you know, potential needs you have and what the things are and making sure that it's accepted at your pharmacy. And that's how we make a decision. So we'll see what happens with both of those. I think they were filed 3/31. So it's barely been a week and they're both on public health. They've been assigned to the public health committees. I haven't talked to Dr. Benson in the last few days to see if there's any updates on those.
So did anyone have anything else to discuss before we break?
Well, we've got 11 o'clock. I don't know if they're coming or not.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Mr. Daniel, you think we ought to try to make a call on that?
I was gonna give him a few more minutes and see. It's
Yeah.
got a, like I said, it's a pharmacist reinstatement application, but there are some.
We sent a
appear
letter to
be
invite
severe.
them.
Do what?
We sent a letter to invite them, but I don't think we ever heard back from it. So
We sent a letter to invite, and I let me see, I was just looking up. It shows it was left with him on December 24th. So it's been set a while.
Yeah.
But I say I just give him a few more minutes, and then this is, I mean, it's an application, so we can deal with it today, and then if he wants to come before a full board hearing, then that's his choice.
Well, I mean, it just sits indefinitely if he.
Well, I mean, we can, I mean, it's an application, so the committee can make a choice to deny it today or just take no action on it, set it for a hearing, whatever they want to do. But like I said, let's give him maybe 5 or 6, maybe 5 more minutes or so to see if he's gonna.
So John, you know, they're saying this was the year, if you're going to get anything passed, this would be the year. And that is just amazing. As many years as we tried to get test and treat in Arkansas, and they were going to, and better, an age limit for immunizations for years. So that is just totally amazing that all 3 of those passed.
I tell you, when PrEP Act opened it up, it's been a really fascinating national thing of a lot of people going, we should do this all the time. And I'm like, you got to watch that stuff because it sometimes gives you what you want and sometimes gives you what you absolutely don't want.
That's true.
And, but I think, you know, one of the most powerful things of the early PrEP Act motions in that, you know, recognizing the service and ability of pharmacists was great, but it got real fascinating talking about, well, here are the educational requirements. Because at first it said you had to have like a 20-hour program. Well, Arkansas and Oklahoma didn't have a 20-hour program because our rules didn't say it was a 20-hour program. So I started going back even with ACP going, we all got 20 hours of this in pharmacy school. If you, I mean, the part that was an add-on for most curricula back in the 90s and 2000s was the actual physical task of injection technique. Like that was the part that was added. So, I'd already worked with our schools here that we could say, yes, there was a 20-hour thing. We reported, that they completed the 12 that our board had required. Oklahoma could say we did the 8. But that's one of the reasons why we have said this has gotten a little bit ridiculous. Pharmacists have been trained to do this for, well over 20 years, pretty much everywhere in the country. So now that, the complicating thing for us is, although Arkansas has still got an emergency declaration, as far as we're in a state of emergency due to the pandemic, all of the rule suspensions, which is complicated, all of the rule suspensions that we've all had expired March 31st. So they expired last week. We're going to have to go update our website because we thought they might continue, but they did not. Now, some of the stuff that was suspended are things that we now have a new act that won't be effective until the summer to get rid of, like disease state management notation on your license, to have that endorsement, or to have an endorsement to do nursing home consulting. I mean, we're getting rid of the requirement for a nursing home consultant endorsement on your license. You still have to do the same duties in practice, but you don't have to have all this extra paperwork or extra CE. So we're not having, people don't have to worry about getting CE credit that's 6 hours every 2 years in geriatrics or long-term care. And in fact, a lot of the long-term care facilities aren't even really geriatric. It's, younger people, or it's Department of Corrections, and it's a different need. So we're able to ease all that up. But now the rule suspension is out. So technically, from now until the statute becomes effective and we can update our rules, we're in this quasi zone. I don't see the board taking some great amount of punishment against somebody that, didn't have their endorsement when the law is just waiting to go into effect and there's been a rule suspension for months. It's very difficult to explain rule suspensions are happening, and when they end, it's also difficult to say, hey, by the way, that's over. So, and CPR, I mean, PrEP Act requires CPR, but it doesn't require CPR with any type of live component. Our rules have always said it has to have a live component, but that's been, quite frankly, difficult to get until as of recent. So
everything has changed.
Yep.
We can go ahead and bring this up, I guess. It's the next one, which is David Specht. This is a application for a reinstatement of a pharmacist license. Like I said, it was showed to the most recent address we have, which is the one he put on his application. He sent his application in December of last year to show that it was delivered at that address. This is a pharmacist reinstatement. He was licensed as a pharmacist from 2005 to 2019. He did not renew in 2019, and his license expired. He did check yes on the criminal history issues. They're old matters from when he was in high school and college. He had a minor in possession of alcohol, had a public intoxication, and had a domestic violence arrest back several years ago. The bigger issue is in 2019, he was admitted to National Park Hospital in Hot Springs for mental illness issues. He had attempted suicide. He was having delusions. The doctor stated at the time that he was a danger to himself and others. There was also some issues with his alcohol abuse during that time. On November of 2019, and I took this, if you look on the summary sheet, this wording is taking out, I took it out of the court order. There is a court order on this, and it says he was ruled to be impaired by reason of mental illness to the extent of lacking sufficient understanding or capacity to make or communicate decisions to meet the essential requirements for his health and safety, and that it is necessary that a permanent guardian be appointed to protect his interest. And that is still in place. Like I said, it was a probate case that went through. I do have the orders here. I believe I have included the orders in your paperwork. But like I said, I mean, he was ruled to be impaired to the point that a guardian had to step in and had to be appointed, and that a guardian has all types of, I mean, financial, medical, all types of a guardianship over him. As I said, and that is still in place. And without him here, I mean, or without some newer medical records or medical testimony, or, I mean, even without, I mean, hearing from him, staff is not comfortable with this application being approved. I mean, I don't know what the board members want to do. You can, of course, I mean, deny it. You can just take no action on it, and it'll just sit here until it expires or until we hear something from him. But that's kind of where we are.
Yes, you know, we're back to having someone with mental health problems. So do we just let it sit here and expire out? Or does the group want to do something different?
I mean, if y'all want to, take no action, I mean, I'll send him a letter that just stating he didn't appear today. The board took no action on his application, and he will have to appear before the board at a future date, and it'll be up to him to get the board to set up a time. If that's kind of, I think that's what y'all similarly did on the other one.
Right.
Yeah.
Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yep.
Okay. Do we need a motion to take no action? Not to, okay. Okay.
I'll just put down no action and send him a letter.
Should we contact or send a copy of that correspondence to whoever the court has established as his?
Yeah, and I think it was his mother. If there's an address on there, if there's an address on those court documents, I'll send a copy there. There may not be, but I've got them, so I'll look, and if there is, I'll send one.
Okay. So do we want to adjourn until, say, 2 o'clock? We start.
Yeah, that's all we have this morning. And with him not appearing, yeah, I mean, we've got one emergency hearing set at 2:15, and it won't take but a few minutes. And then we do have at 2:30, we've got three CVS pharmacies and a pharmacist, and they do have counsel. So that's set at 2:30. So yeah, if we want to, like I said, and I tried to move them, but their attorney's tied up. So yeah, I mean, a little before 2:15.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right.
everybody. Sorry about the big breaks in here, but just something.
No, we just get
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, and we just get a few more things done. So we're all in motion all the time.
Dr. Kraus will have time to get his lunch.
There you go.
Yes.
You can enjoy those
Look
pork
how
chops
he
and even
turned
get your
out.
nap after.
He's got a bed back there, so we may come back in here and find him in that bed if he go and have that large lunch.
Yeah, I mean, he's even got time to bring up fried pork chops.
But it's an old bed and my feet hang off the end of it. I can't stand that. So I have to go to another room.
I guess, John, if you'll just put up something on the screen saying we'll be back a little after 2.
I'm doing it right now.
Thank you. See everybody this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you all.
Hey, Matt,
Yes, sir.
did they, did you not hear that I think y'all got postponed?
No, sir, I didn't hear that.
So let me verify with Luke, but I think that the company's attorney had a conflict and had asked for a postponement. Let me go. I don't know if Luke's where he can hear us or not. All my pictures just went off my screen.
Okay, I think because this was supposed to be whenever I was with Village Health Mart. Yeah.
Yeah. So Village, I think got postponed. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna grab Luke.
Okay. Oh Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Luke's coming on right now.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew, are you there?
Yes, sir.
This is Luke Daniel. I'm the general counsel with the board. I apologize. This meeting was moved to a new date at the request of the attorney for CVS that I thought was representing everybody, and they were supposed to let everybody know. So I apologize that you weren't notified and that you've been on here waiting.
Yeah, because
not CVS.
I'm no longer with Village Health Mart. So
Yeah, I'm sorry, not CVS, Village Health Mart, yes.
yeah, and I'm no longer with them. I'm actually I thought I'd notified the board, but I'm back with CVS.
Okay.
So
like I said, I do apologize. I thought everybody had been notified that it wasn't going to go today, so I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Do you know when the next date's going to be?
It's going to be probably in July, and
July?
we haven't set a certain time or date, but I'll get something in the mail to you.
Okay.
Oh, looks like his phone just cut out on him. Matt, it looks like we lost you, but we'll shoot you another letter or give us a call if you need to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, my phone screwed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, man.
All right. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Absolutely.
Lenora,
Yes.
before we get started, I just thought I'd share with you all. I got a phone call just a little bit ago from a pharmacist up in Mountain Home, Garrett English. And he's a 2015 alumni, but he's the supervisor of Ashley, the one that we approved a technician license for this morning.
Right.
He was just calling to express his appreciation for the trust the board placed in giving her a license, and that he assured, he said she's a good employee and passionate about what she does. And so he was just calling to express appreciation for the board's consideration.
Oh, hey, that's good to hear. So apparently she's made a positive change in her life, and I hope she sticks to it.
Yep.
I think you've got everybody back.
Okay.
Dr. Mitchell might want to tell you about our week last week
Okay.
with pharmacy loans.
Yes. Go ahead.
That was fun. That was fun. So we interviewed 5 candidates from UAMS that had applied for the rural scholarship or loan. And all 5 of them were super impressive. I think 3 of the 5 have probably given in the thousands of vaccinations. They're literally like, these students are in school full time, figuring out how to do that over Zoom. They are working, part-time to full-time hours, and then also giving immunizations on a volunteer basis in every opportunity they get. And so it was really exciting. We were actually able to give all 5 of those students a scholarship or a loan, depending on how it winds up working out, but to cover their entire next year of pharmacy school. And it was, it's the first time I've been actually able to be there when we tell the students what they're going to get. And that was really, really, really great. I mean, it was really rewarding. I was fighting back tears. I think we all kind of were, because these people really do care about their hometowns, and they want to go back. And you could see that it was very genuine. So I was really happy to be able to be a part of that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work on that for us.
With that, the board has not as of yet approved the board to send any money to the 2 colleges. We had 4 applicants at Harding and 5 at UAMS. This last year. We split up money at Harding as well with the amount that we had. It appears right now, and I've asked, I know Dean Stowe is going to work on getting us some information as well as Dean Mercer, but UAMS's program has been around long enough that with some people in repayment status and just the amount of money that's gone in, it's rocking and rolling really well. I mean, we had plenty of money to do that, and we're discussing, and probably discuss the full board, later. There may be another opportunity to see if some kids in the fall want to reapply for the spring that didn't before, or explore something along those lines. Yeah, Harding has not had the chance to really grow to that extent or to that stability. I think with the endowment or people paying back as of yet, but we're trying to grow it there too.
Good deal.
So if y'all want, y'all could tell us to send them some money now.
Oh, who would like to make a motion? No one want to
I'll make a motion. We
Okay,
send
okay.
some money.
All right.
Send
What
the
do we
money
have?
now.
What do we have, John?
We've got 75,000 is the amount that we can spend prior to the end of June.
Let's send it.
I'll split it up.
Yeah.
Okay,
How
so
you-
second, Leah?
Give some to UAMS and some to Harding.
Mm-hmm.
How do you want us to split it this year?
37.5 apiece.
That'll work.
Okay.
I think they'll both be appreciative.
Yes.
I would be.
After I'll abstain.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. I don't think there's gonna be any nays to that one.
We'll get Miss Whitmore to get them some checks.
Okay,
Next year, hopefully our budget, if it keeps going like it is, we'll get to, I think we'll get a chance to have a more in-depth look of what the funds and balances and everything looks at it like at both schools and figure out how to best spend a larger amount of money, which will be exciting as well.
yes. Mm-hmm. Just to before we kind of started back, I think a little tad early.
Yeah.
Do you have any other comments or things we need to know about?
I'm just glad we all got to eat lunch today.
And give money. I mean, what else could be
Yeah.
better?
To Dr. Mitchell's point, like we called the first girl and, it's kind of like, hey, and it's funny because we've been on Zoom with them.
Mhm.
And then, some of them had been an hour and a half and a couple of them had been like 15 minutes and they'd all already one of them was at work. A couple of them were like on their way to work or something. One of them had just changed clothes to go do something else. And they're like, I'm sorry, I'm not still in my interview. I was like, no, well, what would you think if we said we wanted to just pay for school for you next year? And like kids just break down crying. Like they had no clue that would even be in the realm of possibility. And, we immediately started getting texts from people. John Vincent and I were both getting texts from one of them's pharmacists, like, you will not find a better person for this. This person has been up here at 4 and 5 a.m. helping to prep doses for clinics and then trying to take care of class and come
Right.
back after class to help us finish clinics. And it was exciting.
That's fun.
What areas of the state are they from?
Monticello, Benton.
Okay.
One of them was originally from Poyen, I want to say.
Where is it? Oh yeah, I've heard of that name. Yeah.
Let me look.
Ashdown, wasn't one from somewhere down near Ashdown?
Oh, okay.
Horatio.
Horatio, okay. Southwest
Malvern.
Arkansas.
Yeah. One of them was originally from Dermont, but in Monticello now.
Okay. That's close enough. Yeah. Yeah. So South Arkansas was represented on both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, isn't there award ceremony? I think it's tonight. I've got it on my calendar, but
Okay.
my laptop's not letting me look at hardly anything else, or all my Zoom stuff keeps disappearing, but I've got it on my calendar. I thought.
How long do they have to come back down here for, John?
3 years full time is what we have looked at, and we're also starting to have some conversation. The job market, as tight as it has been, and especially with last year difficulty in taking tests. We say that we want to start by July, but if it takes you to September to find the job, we can start the clock in September. We have a couple of kids that have really tried to fulfill it, but there's one that they've got a job at 2 different towns in 2 different hospitals, and one of them qualifies and one of them doesn't. But it's like, I couldn't find a full-time job. I couldn't find full-time hours. So I think it'll give the board a chance, Dr. Mitchell and I and Dr. Vincent and then the deans, for each of the 2 groups separately. I think we're going to be able to have some conversations of how are we really going to model this, understanding the challenge of today in that. And then we're also in the process of discussing the 2020 census has been done, but the numbers have not come out necessarily or uniformly yet. And so we think there's probably some cities that may have gone from 14,500 people to 15,300 people. And if you've got a student that's in their 4th year of pharmacy school and that's been the plan, I don't think we're going to yank the rug out from under them because the population grew and we didn't know it had. So.
But it's still gonna have that small town mentality there. I mean, it takes a while for growth to catch up with itself.
Yeah. I mean, like Lenora, when in the mid 90s, El Dorado was 26,000 people or something. And Camden was 15.2. And now Camden's 12 something and El Dorado's 18.
18. Yeah, 18.
It's wild.
That's a lot of people moving out.
Yeah.
But they've got to be able to find jobs so they can support their families. And that's the big issue, is not having the jobs down there. And, you know, we did get that, it was a paper mill down south of El Dorado, between El Dorado and Junction. That thing's closed. Got it up and started, and then it's gone.
Yeah. Ours in Camden closed in 2001 or so, I want to say.
One in Crossett's on the chopping block.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see trees moving all the time. Log trucks are everywhere.
Actually, the award ceremony was over our lunch break. I had it marked for later today, or I'd have had it on.
Does anybody have any comments about anything? Who watched the NCAA games?
Dr. McCready.
I did.
Had to. Well, I watched Arkansas, and then I had to watch the rest of them because Lauren went to Baylor.
Pick 'em Bears.
Yeah.
My sister is a Baylor graduate, and so, you know, we had to not be family when we played Baylor. But I told her after that night that I was extremely impressed with how Baylor played. I thought the Razorbacks played great. But, you know, turnovers and that kind of stuff, a good team is going to make you do that. And I was very, very impressed with how Baylor played. So I was happy to see them win.
Yep. And they were all
But
good,
then,
clean
like,
games.
my mama heart hurts for Gonzaga, right? Because those poor kids, like, waited so long to play this season, and then their only loss is in the championship game. Like, that's rough too.
Yes, it is.
Baylor was a pleasure to watch, though.
They were so good.
Yes.
They really were. Yeah.
I've got a quick emergency hearing if we want to go ahead and get that out of the way. And then I see we got some people trickling in. We should have everybody on there from CVS by 2:30. The emergency hearing is Hannah Couch. It's a PT number 09558. And John, I believe this actually started, you got a phone call on this about some controlled substances missing. Do you recall that?
I got to refresh my memory more than that. I've had a lot of calls about controlled substances missing lately.
This was one, it was out of Camden, and there was some issue about some controlled substances missing, and she was possibly impaired at work. And so we were, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a former significant other was claiming that she was using drugs. And when we called the pharmacy that she was working at this time, she was not working as a pharmacy technician, but apparently was unavailable. We were told that she was had been arrested for a different potential issue of theft, not involving drugs or controlled substances.
Yeah, she was, and I got a copy of the affidavit from the Camden Police Department. She was arrested. I believe it was her and her boyfriend. The boyfriend was going to Walmart and stealing large amounts of PlayStations and other electronics. He had stolen them on several locations, and she was helping them. They found the boxes at her house, and all merchandise. A lot of merchandise was hidden there. He was charged with obstruction of governmental operations, one for not disclosing who he was or what, and kind of lying about where the boxes came from. She's also been charged with theft by receiving, which is knowingly being in possession of stolen merchandise. We mailed her a surrender to her address on the record. back on March 16th, and we've never gotten any response to that. So just based on the fact that the theft and the obstruction, and also there might be a possibility of controlled substance use, we just asked that her license be suspended until this matter can be set for a formal hearing, so that we can maybe have more information at that time on what was involved with the controlled substances.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
One of us.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you. I'll get the order to her, and we'll set her for the next available date, which right now is like June. And then we've got CVS. Like I said, they should all be here within about 15 minutes. And this is some inspection issues. Actually, starts with 2 complaints. I'll briefly go through those complaints. And Dr. Fain's here again. She performs inspections and audits. So we'll get into that as soon as they all get here. And they do have counsel, David Mitchell from the Rose firm. So they should all be on shortly. I did just send out, right before we got back on, I did send out everything for tomorrow. So you should have everything in the box. It should just, the same link should take you to it. So, but let me know if you can't access it. But let me pull it up real quick. Should have several PDFs. The Zoom link is again in there, and then 4 files. And one is Kyle Wheelis, who I'm sure everybody is still familiar with. I've put in there the past hearing information, so if you don't want to get in that, you don't have to. But up front are the letters from the February meeting and the medical evaluation. So if y'all will be sure and read over that for Kyle Wheelis. That medical evaluation, I believe it's only about 4 or 5 pages, but that's what the board asked him to do before he returned today. So that will be most of what we talk about tomorrow. But everything should be in there. Like I said, let me know if you can't get into it.
It's there. And you said we start at 9, it probably goes till 3 or something.
Our last appointment is scheduled for 2, and while it should be a quick one, before that we have, it's like 3 applicants, so those may take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and then we've got Kyle Wheelis at 1 and 3 PT applicants, and then a real quick offsite order entry issue. In the morning, it's inspection and compounding issues, and then we've got a out-of-state application that board staff had some issues with, and another prescription error, and then a reciprocity candidate that's got some issues. So it's just kind of a mix of stuff tomorrow. But like I said, yeah, I mean, hopefully I wouldn't imagine any later than 3, hopefully before that. I don't know. It just depends on how we go. Yeah, I mean, Kyle Willis will be the one that takes the longest, but I mean, all of his stuff has been litigated before. This is just pretty much a checkup and see what the board wants to do based on this new evaluation. Ms. Smith, are you here for the CVS?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to throw this out there that you can't see because she's down here, but I have a terrified of storms corgi that is very anxious right now. So if all of a sudden you hear like barking, apologies in advance.
Okay.
She's like under my feet because she is so anxious about the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure one of our dogs
And
is
she's
already
had
under
her
the couch.
trazodone. Yeah.
Ditto. I got to go let one in real quick. Can I go open the back door and come right back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one that I'm sure is right up under the couch right now with nothing sticking out but his nose.
Yeah.
He's not a fan. One of them will sleep through him. The other one that just, I mean.
It's not bad yet, but it's getting darker.
Yeah, they keep pushing it off. You know, at one time it was supposed to be all day. Now they keep pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back. So hopefully it won't be here long.
Yeah, it was missing.
We also have a 7-week-old puppy at my house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It went through here already pretty quickly.
Did it?
Oh,
Yeah,
so
we're
okay.
showing. Yeah, it's showing here the worst of it around 4 and 5.
Okay. Hey, quick is good. So it's better now, Debbie?
Yeah.
But that's going to be bad if it hits Little Rock during rush hour. People already have hard enough time driving with all the construction.
Mm. Yeah, it says 3 p.m. here. It was supposed to be 9 o'clock this morning, and now it's 3 p.m. It'll be gone by 7.
Hopefully nothing bad will be in it.
Yeah,
Yes,
hopefully. Was it? I guess it was 2 weeks ago. We were in Camden, and when that storm moved through, we had some quarter-size hail.
Ooh, okay.
I told him, I said, I wish it had come through Sherwood because I need a new roof.
You sound like you're from South Arkansas, Luke.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm. We recognize our languages.
Man. I just sent you guys all my annual initiatives document and a few other things. So if you've got any feedback for Lenore to fill out, you don't have to send it to me, send it to her. And it's attached. Looks like Department of Health is going to start their process April 19th.
Okay.
How do you upload pictures?
One at a time.
Oh, I hear a thunder. It's grumbling out here now. I'm away from a window.
That's
But
Luke's
I hear
stomach.
it. Not my stomach. I
No,
went
that's Luke.
to the Black Cat. Do you remember Tiger Harris?
Oh,
When it was
yeah.
in Camden?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
They have one of their little recipes that they serve only on Wednesdays. And it's hard to get it because, they'll be sold out.
Yeah.
So this time I was early enough to get it.
Yeah, they had one in El Dorado, I think, too. There were 2 of them.
Yeah.
That's where she is. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was still open. Yeah, the one in Canton was
No.
down where the Hush Puppy used to be,
Right.
that fish restaurant.
No, it's gone here. It's called the Black Cat now, but it's in the
Okay.
same location, right on that corner.
Mr. Mitchell, I see y'all on. Just checking to see if if y'all have got everybody with you, and Miss Karina Smith is also on too.
Yes, Mr. Daniel, Luke, we're here, do have everyone with us, and we are ready to proceed. Now, I'll introduce everybody once we begin, once you and the board are ready to let you know. But we have everyone here with the exception of Ms. Thakor, who we talked about, who had to leave the country on a family emergency.
Yes, and just for the board members, this is three CVS pharmacies. It's based on 2 complaints, which we will get into briefly. There was one of the participants that I'll let Mr. Mitchell talk about in a minute. One of them had to leave the country due to a family medical emergency. So, of course, we had no issue with that. She has a sick relative that lives out of country. So she was hurriedly trying to get over there. And this is David Mitchell. He is with the Rose Law Firm here and is representing CVS. And I'll let him, and I believe maybe all but one of the pharmacists, if not all of them, but I'll let him tell that in a minute. So, Mr. Mitchell, if you want to introduce yourself and who all you've got and who you represent, and then we'll introduce everybody on this side.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Again, as Mr. Daniel said, David Mitchell here on behalf of CVS, as well as several individual pharmacists who I will introduce and identify momentarily. We are all in one room together, although you cannot see all of us due to sort of the logistics of doing this by Zoom. But I will briefly, I will identify, I guess, the pharmacists that are here with me, and then I'll let the persons from CVS Corporate who are sitting right here to my left introduce themselves. But we have the pharmacists that are here that I am representing, Charles Johnson, Brita Aid, Patrick Azay, Anthony Legg, and Katie Lentz. And I'm sorry if I butchered any of those names. I've tried to learn. And then I'll let these 2 gentlemen here on my left introduce themselves to the board.
Hi, my name is Rosa Rodriguez. I'm the Divisional Professional Practice Leader for CVS. And this is what I look like, in case you're wondering, since I'm going to have my mask. Okay. Hi, my name is Jeff Cinco. I'm a Senior Vice President and Head of Regulatory Affairs. I'm a pharmacist and attorney, and I'm also on the New Jersey Board of Pharmacy.
And then I also finally wanted to mention that also in the room, but not on camera, is Brian Combry, who is also an attorney with CVS and Regulatory Affairs.
Okay.
And that's who we have on our end.
Okay. And I see we have Ms. Smith, Karina Smith. You're also here with the Texarkana CVS. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we have her on here too. So John, I'll turn it over to you if you just kind of want to give a quick overview or a quick introduction.
Sure. So I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy here in Arkansas. And so on screen, you're going to see members of our staff as well as board members. On the staff side, you have myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who is our general counsel. We also have Dr. Brenda McCready, who is our assistant director, Dr. Cindy Fain, who's one of our inspector investigators, and Jennifer Bergen's picture will be on screen. She does a lot of our IT stuff and is making sure that our YouTube feed and that our live meeting for public purposes is ongoing and working. On the board member side, we have Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the board president and is also the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Becca Mitchell. So we oftentimes will have anywhere from 3 to 6 members. We happen to have 6 of them today on this informal conference, all of which are pharmacist members. In this process, we call this an informal conference or an informal committee review. For the attorneys, it's probably more like mediation. We try to sit around a table and have an open discussion and see if we can come up with some sort of decision by the end of it. In this process, the really important things are a couple. One, since this is informal, whatever decision the board members come up with, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with. It's not a decision you necessarily have to make right here on the spot. Whatever they suggest, we can reduce to writing and send to you for consideration. If you decide to agree with it, we just go forth from there with whatever the board members have instructed. If you do not agree with it, it becomes a chance for us to all basically take a step back and say, well, then we'll push this to a formal hearing, which is a more formal process. Some of you have seen, some of you have not, where we have a hearing officer, a court reporter, we swear all witnesses in, introduce evidence piece by piece, and present one side at a time. Most importantly, Ms. Smith or other pharmacists in the room, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Cinco, all of you guys, does anybody have any questions about how the process itself works?
think we are ready to proceed on our end, Mr. Kirtley. Thank you.
So with that, the last thing I'll add, especially if you guys need to take a break to talk to any of your client, Ms. Smith, if you need to ask a clarifying question, or if anybody in Mr. Mitchell's room does, by all means, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention. We want to be sure we answer any procedural questions, especially that you have. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel, and we'll start kind of our side of the presentation. And I know the board members are going to speak to each of you as well. All right, there you go, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. This was, like I said, this started by a couple of complaints, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain in just a few minutes. Once we got those complaints, Dr. Fain did a couple inspections and also did some audits at 3 CVS pharmacies. First complaint we got came in from the CVS in Sherwood, and it was Charles Johnson who was depicted there. The complaint came in where the patient had going to pick up a prescription which was for phentermine. Am I saying that correctly? A lot of times I mispronounce phentermine. And when she picked it up, she went home and took it. She started having drowsiness, started having dizziness, got to the point where she was even unable to answer basic questions and was unable to walk or speak coherently. Her family believed she was having a stroke. They called an ambulance. She went to the ER. Later found out after looking at the pills that were in the bottle, it was realized that she had been given Ambien instead. So she had taken those, and of course, had the reaction that you have. Some people have on Ambien. So that was a complaint at the Sherwood store. And then we had another complaint from the Texarkana store. This was the patient went up to pick up her prescription. It was supposed to be for Adderall. She started taking it, or started taking the prescription of what was filled. She kind of got into a depression. Actually, there was a suicide attempt made by her. Luckily, it was not successful. She then went through and I'm trying to find, later realized that she had been given a Focalin and took it for, I guess, what looks about a week or so, if not longer. And so had that reaction. So the board received those two complaints. So Dr. Fain went to several of the stores. Let me see, I'm pulling up, and you have the folders. If you'll look, you have the folders for Bella Vista, Sherwood, and Texarkana, and the items that I sent. So in the Texarkana store, she inspected this store and went through, and there were, in her sheets right here, there were 72 prescription errors for a total rate of 5.5. She also went to the Sherwood store. There was an overrate, or there was showing prescriptions of an error rate of 5.5. There's also the Bella Vista store, which she inspected, and there was a lot of issue there that they looked like they were having, or there was just an extreme amount of prescriptions being filled that day. There were up to 51 baskets on the countertop at that time, and also on the floor. And I'll let her, there was an error rate of 8.2% there. So, and I'll let Dr. Fain, I'll turn it over to her in just a second. I'll let her get into a little more detail, whatever she wants to talk about with you. But so you had those error rates with those 3 pharmacies, like I said, and these were kind of based, a couple of them were inspections, but they were also based on the complaints that the board received. And we do have the pharmacist from all of these locations that were listed on those complaints. The 2 pharmacists from the complaints, and also the pharmacist that had the errors at those facilities. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain this time, and Cindy, just whatever, if you just want to just quickly touch base on those 3 pharmacists and just whatever else you think is pertinent.
Okay, thank you, Luke. So these are pretty similar to the other errors audits that I had done. The majority of the errors were incomplete directions, leaving off, after breakfast, or the maximum daily dosage per day. The store in Sherwood has in talking to the staff, they were having a high technician turnover at the time, and it was hard to get them trained and get them retained. And so I think that contributed to the problem. I did take a picture while I was there. Hang on just a second. And so, they were pretty backed up, while I was there. And those baskets are all waiting to be verified by the pharmacist. I do want to comment that the pharmacist he's very professional. He didn't act rushed. He spent plenty of time with each patient, but it was just, you can see that he was very backlogged, and it was due to not having enough staff, in my opinion. Then let me see if there's something in specific. There were 2 wrong strengths. One of them was like lorazepam 1 milligram instead of 0.5 milligram, and diclofenac 50 milligram instead of 75 milligram. And then sometimes the number of refills that the doctor had authorized was left off. I have spreadsheets on all of these if you that are in the Dropbox if you need to go and look at those. I went and did an inspection at the Texarkana location in June of 2020. While I was there, one of the deficiencies was that the staff had not been updated. And so I showed her how to add the staff. Of course, you can always notify the board by emailing or mailing or faxing a list of terminations or hires, but you can also do it on our website. And I told her to send me a list of the terminations because we've had problems with those being accurate, done externally. That was back in June, and I checked yesterday, and it still had has not been updated. The one thing that is different about CVS than other stores is they back tag their prescriptions on the front end. So like after the prescription is entered into the computer, a back tag is printed and stuck on the prescription, and then it goes to the pharmacist for verification. If the pharmacist makes any changes or sends it back, that back tag on that prescription is not updated as a rule, at least in these 3 audits, they weren't. So I had to go back to the pharmacies to see which ones had been caught. And like Texarkana had 22 out of the, there's an additional 22 over and above the 72 errors that had been corrected, but they just hadn't been correctly back tagged. The only other comment that I have about the Texarkana location is they're open. It's a 24-hour store, and it fills about 500 prescriptions a day. But there's only 1 hour of overlap for pharmacists on Monday afternoon. That's the only overlap, but there's only 1 pharmacist working at a time at all other times.
Okay, let me ask you just a quick question. I'm looking on the first page of your your summary where it says filled invalid prescriptions too. Do you remember what that was about, those invalid prescriptions?
I believe they were faxed, but they weren't long-term care facility or hospice. And I think one of them was signed as a verbal order by a nurse, but it was a written prescription. And that's not a valid signature for a retail prescription. Signing off on a verbal order is only authorized for orders in hospitals, because the doctor comes back behind it and signs after the fact. So nurses they can call them in, but they can't write them out and sign them, in the place of the doctor.
I'm with you. And so this is, for the most part, you said it's 24-hour a day operation. So for the most part, there's 2 pharmacists, 8 to 8 is what it appears, 8 to 8 shifts. Okay.
Yes.
And so during and obviously there would be more prescriptions filled during the day than would be in the middle of the night. And back to that picture, were all those baskets, was that in this pharmacy, or was that?
No, that was in the Sherwood store.
So during the busiest part, well, I guess pretty much any day except for those few hours on Monday, there's 1 pharmacist there, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the last pharmacy, it was not complaint driven, but I went to do an inspection in October of 2020. And during my inspection, I had one pharmacist working with 2 technicians, and I'm going to share another screen with you.
And this was at Bella Vista.
This is in Bella Vista. So there's about 51 baskets that I count waiting to be verified with 2 technicians and 1 pharmacist. And also while I was there, 2 Sudafed transactions occurred that did not include any pharmacist involvement. You know, there was no assessment or question by the pharmacist to ascertain need. But so because they were so backed up, I started reviewing prescriptions for accuracy on site. Several errors, so I then contacted Assistant Director Dr. McCready and asked her to send me a subpoena so that I could just take some prescriptions with me for review. I reviewed 1,291 prescriptions, and there were 106 prescriptions with errors, error rate of 8.2. Out as being, there was 1 prescription that was written for Percocet, but it was dispensed with. Is everybody able to hear me? Because my computer keeps telling me my bandwidth is not. You can hear me?
We can hear you good.
Okay. There was another one where azithromycin suspension was dispensed with directions to give 1 meal every other day for 30 days. But since reconstituted, it's only good for 10 days. So the quantity was sufficient, but it would have likely been diminished in potency by the end of, the therapy. So I felt like that was an issue that needed to be addressed as well.
Okay, and this was, and I'm looking at the second page of your report, there was an issue here that appeared due to staffing and due to work overload. I mean, was the drive-through back open when you were there, or had it still been closed?
It was still open. They just commented that it was such a stressful store that the previous pharmacist, who was no longer employed there, had closed down the drive-through, due to, the stress of having intake at so many different sites.
And this was in October, you said?
Yes, sir.
So this was during the pandemic and also during the middle of flu season?
Yes, and they said there was no overlap on pharmacist hours, so there was only 1 pharmacist working at a time.
And their goal for the flu vaccine had doubled from the year before, more than doubled from the year before, from 700 to 1,600.
That is correct.
So you've got 50-something baskets on the table. This is during flu season where the 1 pharmacist is also having to take time to give flu shots.
Yes.
And counsel and whatever else needs to be done.
Yes, and there's lots of metrics for them to meet in addition to just filling prescriptions in the day-to-day operations.
And what was this? Was this a 24-hour pharmacy? Do you remember?
No, it is not a 24-hour store. I think it's just open, I don't have it with me, but I think it was just open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. And I noticed there's a note in here that says they must fill 2,500 to 3,000 prescriptions a week before they would get pharmacists overlap. I guess somebody told you that.
That's what I was told by the pharmacy manager, yes.
Okay. And so that could be anywhere. I mean, if they're open 7 days a week, I mean, that could be anywhere from 300 to 400 a week. I mean,
a day.
300 to 400 a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Fain, is there a drive-through at this pharmacy?
Yes, there is.
And were you told anything about an issue or anything with the drive-through?
Yes, I mentioned that they had a former pharmacist that had closed down the drive-through due to stress. She is no longer working there.
Thank you. I apologize if I missed that.
Okay.
What other metrics do they have? Do you know? And that might be a question for them.
I mean, I could speak to, we've done some surveys and they have metrics on signing patients up for text messages, calling on certain medications, calling the patients to remind them about their refills and ask them if they've had any adverse reactions. Of course, again, they've got the metrics for their immunizations, and they could probably elaborate more on that than I can.
Do you know if those metrics affect their remuneration at all, their pay scale? Bonuses, anything like that?
I can't answer that question.
Thank you.
Not off the top of my head.
Dr. Fain, I'm trying to run some average hourly prescriptions filled. Do you know what their hours are at the Bella Vista location?
Give me 10 seconds and I can tell you. I'm sorry, give me just a second. Computer's acting slow. My computer's not cooperating right now, but I'm fairly certain they're open from 8 to 10.
Dr. Fain, I just pulled it up through GL Suite, and you are correct. It is 8 to 10, Monday through Friday. Our records show 8 to 10 Monday through Friday, 9 to 6 on Saturday, and 10 to 6 on Sunday.
I update that after every inspection, so that should be accurate unless they've changed since October.
Okay.
Thank you both.
And Dr. Fain, if I may, you mentioned the pharmacist that previously worked there with the drive-thru. I wanted to clarify that. Did you speak with that pharmacist who you said had the stress issues?
I did not speak with that pharmacist. I was given that information by one of the pharmacists.
Okay, and so was that pharmacist, do you know when she left CVS?
I do not know when she left.
And I guess, is it fair to say you don't know if she had personal issues or other things that might have resulted in stress since you didn't speak with her?
That would be correct.
And the errors, you highlighted a couple errors at each of the stores specifically, but is it fair to say that the bulk of the errors across all three stores were incomplete in the variety of incomplete directions or wrong prescriber? Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And the ones you highlighted, so that was just the specific, or maybe you could say sort of the most severe, in your opinion, of the issues that you identified in each store?
It's not my job to decide which ones are more significant than others. I just bring all the information that I'd gather to the board and that they can make that determination.
Sure, but you picked a couple specific out of the 50, 60, 80 violations to mention. And I was just wondering if there was a reason why I wanted to make sure the board understood that those violations you mentioned were not, at least in my understanding, reflective of the number of violations that were included in your error rate, if you will. Or in other words, that those were, perhaps you could say, the minority of the errors that were of the nature you mentioned.
They were the ones that stood out to me as being the most significant, yes.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, I don't want to short circuit things, but if I may, I would suggest that we allow the board to hear from Roe, who is sitting next to me, the patient practice leader. If we're finished with Mr. Fain, I think, or Dr. Fain, excuse me, I think Roe will be able to speak to a number of the issues identified by Dr. Fain, describe CVS's reaction to that, perhaps short circuit some of the questioning, and then of course answer any questions that the board may have of Roe. But I don't want to step on your toes in terms of order of presentation, but if that would be appropriate, that'd be my suggestion on our end.
That would be fine. That would be fine with me. I know the board is going to want to hear from the two pharmacists that were involved in the eras where we got the complaints, those two specifically at some point. But yeah, I mean, if he wants to go into what's been done or just whatever his presentation is right now, that would be great.
Okay, very good. We'll do that and certainly understand and have the pharmacists available to answer questions about those, you know, the specific complaints that were brought. And I know that Roe really jumped in immediately after the CVS received notice of this in his role as the professional practice leader for Arkansas in terms of, you know, looking at identifying the root cause of these potential issues and using it as an opportunity to jump in and train and realign focus where necessary. And so without anything further on my part, I'll turn it over to Roe and let him speak to the board and answer. I know he's happy to also answer any questions the board has.
Okay, and if he will you just introduce yourself and just a little background what you do there at CVS?
Of course, yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to, instead of so you don't have to look at the side of my face, I'll just go ahead and look into the camera for you. But my name is Rose Rodriguez. So I am a divisional professional practice leader, which essentially means that I'm a licensed pharmacist. So I work locally with our field and pharmacy teams. And I am supporting and educating around all things professional practice. And professional practice is a CVS term for a variety of issues like patient safety, compliance, controlled substance, DUR, and just general pharmacy quality. And my role is a really unique role, I think, in bridging the gap between our corporate work streams and office with our field leaders and pharmacy teams who are on the ground, so that I can help take those pearls of wisdom from the corporate team, help educate the field teams and pharmacy teams in the local areas, and then also take feedback and suggestions back to the corporate teams to continue to enhance and move forward all of our great initiatives. It's honestly one of my dream jobs to have this. It's very important to me. I'm very passionate about it. I have a very sick parent that I'm a primary caregiver to. And without the community pharmacies and pharmacists in my communities, I don't know where I would be. It takes a village to take care of really sick patients like that. So I'm very passionate about making sure that our pharmacy teams continue to practice at the top of their license. As far as my impact with the specific teams that we're talking about today, you know, I don't like to assume that I have all of the answers to any of the opportunities or questions that we have about specific stores or processes. And so I kind of take a step back. You know, I do my research, get a lot of background information. I ask a lot of questions, and then I really just try to identify the root cause so that I can figure out how, you know, my job is not to come in swiftly with accountability. My job is to actually help solve for the problem, to help the teams solve for it in a sustainable way. And in the way that's gonna, in the long run, really impact, again, the things I mentioned, the safety, the compliance, and the quality of the care that we are providing to our patients. So when I look at the specific examples that we've been talking about here, as I was doing my research, I noticed about half of those opportunities were incomplete directions. Particularly if there was a SIG that said PRN, that it was missing the piece after, whether it be for pain or some sort of indication, et cetera. And seeing that consistency across numerous stores, I realized that kind of have an opportunity most likely for some training. You know, and training in the sense that it wasn't unique to a specific individual or specific store, that we had a responsibility to go back and make sure that we align the rest of our team around those expectations, particularly starting with the team members that do most of the data entry processes in our stores. So that includes our technicians, that includes our interns, as well as our pharmacists who are obviously helping do data entry as well. So looking at that pattern, you know, I wanted to start by actually visiting the 3 pharmacies myself, which I did. I visited them in person, spent a day with them, and we wanted to go over a number of things that could help solve for a lot of the issues that we have been talking about here as of now. One of the first ones is talking about what good looks like. So looking at a plethora of examples with prescriptions so that they have an idea of, yes, this is exactly what we would expect when we are entering prescriptions from an accuracy perspective. The second thing would be, how do we utilize some of our enhancements in our systems to be more accurate and compliant? So I think about SIG codes and how SIG quick codes can be really effective and efficient in combining a full SIG. For example, adding one letter at the end of PRM can add an indication onto that SIG, and how easy that is to just, you have to know and learn those, that extra letter. So using like a SIG chart and providing that SIG chart and having the teams be able to look at that is a truly helpful tool. We have a lot of other functionalities that we've already built into the system. So I think about our reject functionality, where the pharmacist can reject a prescription back to the technician, which allows the technician to learn from their mistakes and be able to fix that. The importance of rotating workstations. You know, you don't want the same colleagues on the same workstations. We want all of our colleagues proficient on all of our workstations, because that's all of our colleagues are doing all of the responsibilities and duties throughout the day. And so what does that look like? How do we rotate through? What are the times of day to put certain colleagues on based on their proficiency level? Those kinds of things. How do we minimize errors by understanding that having a second set of eyes look at a prescription from the one that actually typed it in is really important. So if a pharmacist is taking an oral prescription, transcribing it onto an oral script pad, and then typing it in themselves, when they come to verification, if they missed it the first time while entering it in, it's much more likely to miss it the second time when you're verifying it. So how important it is to pre-enter that into the system so that a technician or another colleague can type it in, so that by the time you are looking at it again, it is fresh for you. It's really getting a second set of eyes. Those are just some examples, just a handful of examples. And then really at the end of the day, it's about knowing, we say this a lot as pharmacists, but I may not know the answer, but I will get the answer for you, right? So knowing what resources we need to go to find some of those answers. And I think of a lot of the resources we have available. One is RxNet, which is an intranet platform where you can access it from any workstation terminal. And it provides a plethora of information in regards to any process or system that we have in place. So things would include like, what are workstation responsibilities? That's where I would pull the SIG code chart to provide to the pharmacy teams, as well as how does workflow work? What are drop-off best practices? Those kinds of things. We also have our LearnNet portal, which essentially is our module learning portal, goes in depth into all of the workstations, all of the expectations we have around safety. Not only do our colleagues complete that upon hire, but they have refresher requirements on those courses periodically, you know, based on chain-wide and based on certain circumstances in certain markets. And then we have a hub portal, essentially, which is a nice way to continue to provide updates, refreshers, and exercises and touch bases through a portal to all of our stores, that it's not a one and done. So it's not, hey, Roe or the field leader came in to do a visit with the store and it's not going to be talked about until next month when we come back. Nope, it's we can use that as much as we would like to send communications that are consistent and meaningful and rotate the topics. You know, it's a complicated business, pharmacy is. So there's a lot of different things that we like to keep top of mind and to remind our pharmacy teams. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't just create plans and tell the pharmacy teams what to do. The pharmacists themselves really create this plan, implement this plan. I just help facilitate. I help provide experience, best practices, help overcome some of the questions or the challenges that we may be having, which are completely store specific a lot of times. And a lot of times it is just a, hey, this is a best practice for the practice of pharmacy in general. I am basically that subject matter expert for them so that they have somebody they can really bounce ideas off of. And then we get it more foundationally secure so that they can run with it with their stores. Once I did that, once I visited the 3 stores, I realized that we have a statewide approach to address a lot of these things. So the first thing I did was I held multiple live conference calls that every single one of our pharmacists had to hop on these calls, so that to discuss the topics essentially I'm saying, to understand that we are seeing opportunities around, for example, incomplete SIGs and the need to do complete SIGs and how we have to really prioritize these safety and compliance aspects in our business. And I also wanted to provide an opportunity for these pharmacists and all of the teams in the state to ask questions so that I could answer and clarify and do all of those things for them while we were on those calls. The next thing is we use the hub portal, which I mentioned previously, where we sent out basically an exercise around driving dispensing accuracy, where it provided a lot of examples for specific prescriptions. And then the pharmacist needed to work with the pharmacy team to run through the exercises to, again, establish what does good look like. Like, let's make sure we know how to do it the right way first, and then let's move forward. And then we tracked completion of those hub tasks to make sure that every single one of our teams completed it. And then I actually individually send out my own weekly notes that are, again, are refreshers, updates, exercises around everything patient safety, compliance, and pharmacy quality. I send them every Monday. It goes to the field leaders and then gets distributed to the store teams. I remain fully accessible for all of our field leaders and all of our store teams. My job is to work hand in hand with all of these field leaders to make sure that they are trained, that they can continue to keep the messages alive through the cycles of their store visits until the next time that I come and meet with them. I also have virtual touch bases with these field leaders periodically to ensure that anything market specific that needs to be addressed, I can help support, whether that be hopping on Cascade calls, whether that be holding informational WebExes. I am purely here. That's why I think it's such a cool role. I'm purely here to support the teams and to try to make all of our pharmacies the best pharmacies they can be to support our communities. So I know that was kind of a lot I just threw at you, but I really do appreciate, because I get super excited to talk about my role. If you have any questions, please let me know, but thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment?
I think John has.
Dr. Currently.
I'm curious, Dr. Smith, you just heard out all that. Which store were you in?
I was in the Texarkana store, the overnight pharmacist.
Okay, so the gentleman that's just speaking, has he been in contact with you about helping at Texarkana?
I no longer work for Texarkana. I stopped working for Texarkana in January. I have never met him though before January.
That's what I wanted to know, is if you were included in these field calls. I know we have a couple of other pharmacists in there with Dr. Mitchell. I'm wondering if each of them could tell us if, you know, they've also had individual visits or outreach.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. And they're nodding at me, but I'll let them come over here so you can hear. And I know there may be, you know, with the overnight pharmacist, which Dr. Smith, excuse me, was, but Dr. Aid, will you come over? Dr. Aid is the pharmacy manager of the PIC for the Texarkana store. And I think she can speak to that. And then of course, we've got the other two team members here. Brian, will you adjust So this is Dr. Britta Aid next to me, but I'll let her introduce herself. And were you able to hear Dr. Kirtley's question at the end of the table about, you know, did you see Roe? Did you speak with him?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll let you kind of speak to that.
So I'm curious, how far back has it gone for, how long have you worked for CVS now?
June this year would make me 5 years working for CVS.
Right. So when did you start hearing from them about, you know, this specific program to help with those accuracy issues?
That was right after the audit.
Okay, so it's been since we came in and discovered the issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess just to clarify there, to the extent there was maybe confusion on, I think what Roe was explaining was sort of the action items CVS put in place after receiving notice of the audit. So those measures he mentioned were sort of specific to the you know, what we view as a proactive response by CVS, but after receiving notice, you know, that these issues were out there by the board. If that was
That's part of what I was trying to establish. Is I heard all of that and it sounds great, but it sounded to me, I was trying to determine, was it proactive or reactive? And I understand you saying it's proactive, but it sounds like it was reactive to the board's investigation. I was trying to see if it was a pre-existing thing before, or is that once a board of pharmacy points out that there is a problem, then it starts?
Yeah, and I don't know if Dr. Aid maybe wants to speak to that specifically with the incomplete directions. And I know she's been there for, you know, for a number of years, but I know from, you know, and I'll let Rose speak to this and Dr. Aid, but that at least with these incomplete directions, it was I believe a realignment of, you know, a focus of, okay, this is an issue that the board has identified and we need to, you know, we take that seriously as with respect to all aspects of patient safety, and here's what we're going to do about it, and focus on that maybe more so than admittedly I think it had been in the past. But I'll let you hear from them. I know you don't want to hear from me on that.
So I would speak for myself, before the visit from the board, I didn't think the incomplete directions would be considered an error, like leaving out as needed for pain or as needed for blood pressure. But after the audit, now I know it's actually considered an error. So we're working to make sure that we fix things.
I've got a question. This is kind of on a different topic, but it's kind of goes along the lines of, and this may be a better question for corporate, but since these audits and since seeing this information and since seeing pictures where there's one pharmacist with 50, 60 prescriptions stacked up waiting to be verified, at the same time they're having to give flu shots and do all of that, has there been any discussion or changes in the way staffing is looked at? Or is it, what's the metric or the formula, I guess, is it so many prescriptions, so you need this many pharmacists, this many technicians? I guess, how do you decide who gets staffed with what and how many?
Yeah, I'll let you hear, and I don't know, Jeff, if you want to speak to that, who's to my left, or Roe, but that CVS identified it certainly as a training issue, and of course it's been a very difficult year for everyone for COVID, and there's also been, I think, a necessary distinction that is appropriate between staffing and scheduling, and so there was, I think, a comment by Dr. Fain and in her report that, and as well as with the Sherwood store, regarding technicians being out or a store being short on technicians. So in other words, not that those technician hours weren't allotted, but that there had been a departure and an inability due to, labor market, what have you, to fill that position. I can't speak to anything specific, Mr. Daniel, about, hours, and I don't know if Jeff or Roe want to comment on Mr. Daniel's question.
And mainly I'm looking at pharmacists. I get that, technicians, here and there calling sick, quit, whatever. But the technicians were caught up because there were 50, 60 baskets stacked up. And there was one pharmacist giving flu shots and all that. So I'm thinking more along the lines of pharmacist staffing. What decides if you get one, if you get two, the pharmacist is at least two of those stores looked, just from what they had piled up, like they would be worn ragged after a 10 or 12-hour shift, and could easily see where maybe mistakes were made. So I'm kind of asking along the lines of the pharmacist staffing specifically.
Yeah, Ro, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think that, a lot of it, when we think about the retraining and the way our workflow is set up, is unfortunately a lot of times we have pharmacists, and I'm not speaking specifically to these stores, but we have pharmacists who take on workload that could be delegated or could be trained. I understand that we have a lot of flu shots. I understand that there's a lot of competing responsibilities for the pharmacist. Me being a pharmacist who's been on the bench for many years, I understand that. I think it's important that, the good thing is that the technicians are caught up, and it's much easier to verify if there's a patient waiting, but those aren't all patients waiting for those scripts. So there isn't a sense of urgency where we need to bypass or sacrifice safety in that regard. I cannot give you the algorithm for how pharmacist hours are determined. Unfortunately, I am with the field team on the ground. I work with maximizing schedules and things like that. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Is there anybody there that can say how pharmacist schedules are set?
Not in any detail. I think, there, as Rose said, there are algorithms based on prescription count and other various metrics that determine hours. I will say that after this was identified and that the training that was performed by Roe, as well as the leadership in our stores was performed, that CVS went back in, and both Roe, I know, and maybe want to comment, I know did some spot checking, if you will, while he was in the stores, and then CVS also did a review, if you will, internally of the stores after this, and that the results of that were frankly remarkable. and that with the exact same staffing, these errors have been simply eliminated. And what we're looking at here in terms of incomplete directions for the most part, and y'all are pharmacists, I'm not, but as I understand it, the time it takes to add a PRN indication, we're talking about a second or two or three, not a 5-minute, venture. And with those being the, sort of the types of errors we're seeing, and then sort of the static variable being, the scheduling here, and then the static element being variable and the variable being training, we're, very confident. And I want you to hear from the pharmacists about that these issues have been successfully addressed and resolved, and that we have, proud to say, very, highly functioning stores at this point moving forward. But, that's a long answer, Mr. Daniel, to say, no, we do not have anyone that can, I think put a spreadsheet up that can say this is how many, hours are allocated, but that it is based on, on volume. And it's also, I think, notable that the stores in question here, and Ro maybe can speak to this, but we're sort of at different ends of the spectrum in that. I mean, I think that the Sherwood store, for example, had a much less volume of prescriptions than in Texarkana or Bella Vista. Yet, despite sort of the big difference in volume, we're seeing the same types of issues with the incomplete directions. And so again, when Ro and CVS did its analysis, we saw it as a training issue and an opportunity to make sure that our pharmacists are focused on the importance of complete directions is, once notified by the board of this issue.
And Mr. Daniel, if I can add, staffing, and it's been a challenge. There's been a lot of learning lessons on the CVS side. For example, you mentioned immunizations, and you said, it's a goal. It really wasn't a goal. It's actually the reality of what happened. The public was much more aware of, flu shots and immunizations, and quite frankly, we were double our volume from the year before. And, through the immunization process, we learned, we definitely learned a few things. For example, you could walk into a store or you could schedule. And so we realized that put, pharmacists under a lot of stress. And so for the COVID vaccine, you can only schedule it online. Another example is, in some of the busier stores here, the COVID vaccine, we've set up 2 vaccine clinics. So the vaccines for COVID are being done outside of the workflow. We're trying to automate as much as possible of that workflow before, the patient gets in. And so, it's been tricky. Pharmacies have closed, and the patients have come to CVS. We were chatting with the pharmacists yesterday, and some pharmacies were closed, and the patients would come, to the CVS that was open. And I'm just so proud of the pharmacists who have worked diligently here in the state. But again, COVID would shut down our stores. We would have to do deep cleaning and tracing, and so that period of time was very difficult. And so we have learned from that. I'm not speaking of any correlation between these training issues, but staffing in general has been very, very difficult during COVID for sure. And so again, it's we've learned from it, and hopefully we continue to get better. And I think with COVID vaccine, I think it's a good example of how we've improved our processes to make it a little bit easier on our pharmacists.
That's all I have. Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it over to you. I'm sure I think I saw Dr. Jolly raise his hand, but I'm sure there's board members that might have questions. So I'll turn it over to you for questions from the board. And we will get into the actual 2 complaints and the specifics of those a little later after this. So just want to turn it over to you for board members that might have questions for them or other staff.
Okay. Dr. Jolly, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question for the CVS folks. I appreciate the overview of what you guys do to address training issues and address errors. I think a lot of what you do with some of your clinical decision support systems and things like that is very important. But to kind of piggyback on what Mr. Daniel was talking about, I wanted to ask about workload. I think in Dr. Fain's report, There was something in there about stores must fill between 2,500 and 3,000 prescriptions a week in order to get pharmacist overlap. And if that store is open 77 hours is what I calculated, that's one prescription about every minute and a half to 2 minutes to check. And then pharmacists also have other duties with counseling and I'm sure phone calls as well. How much are they expected in addition to that type of prescription volume to also do vaccinations? What other metrics are expected of them in addition to just prescription volume?
Ro, do you want to field that?
Yeah. I can tell you that, as far as the operational metrics, we've eliminated over 50% of our operational metrics over the last years. Our metrics really consist on helping our field leaders identify where they can best spend their time to help set up our stores to be successful. So a lot of the things that we typically measure are things like adherence. So like adherence metrics, essentially like our pharmacists making those outreaches to make sure that we have patients who are remaining compliant on maintenance medications. There are general just customer satisfaction type of metrics, but those are purely measured by customer feedback. That's not measured internally. And then when we think about like our community responsibility type of regulatory activities, we do look to see, we do have outside auditors that come in to check and make sure that we are remaining compliant in our pharmacies and that we are following the best practices from all of the regulatory requirements that we have. So we do have metrics, but I can only speak personally because again, I'm a business support partner for all of these teams, but I am not eat, sleep, and breathing the actual daily ins and outs every day. That the feedback I've gotten from pharmacists is that the metrics have been drastically reduced, but also the metrics are there to kind of help us understand what are the opportunities in a specific store and to put our tools in a particular fashion for that team.
So if the volume is 2,500 to 3,000 per week to get overlap, are they expected to also immunize with that amount of prescription volume as well before they get overlap?
So I can tell you I've never heard of a volume threshold for receiving pharmacist overlap. I think there's a lot of factors that play into pharmacist overlap for various states, and that could be the existence of tech ratios and what those tech ratios look like, the existence of can you have interns and do they play towards your ratio or do they not? It also, a lot of the factors kind of indicate, we look at the socioeconomic parts of the prescriptions that are being put in. They would look at the number of prescriptions that are being, for example, electronically sent, which we know continues to increase year after year. I think there's a lot of factors. I have never heard of a static volume line for receiving pharmacist overlap, because that's a very, different volumes mean different things at different pharmacies, unfortunately.
I think Dr. Jolly was trying to ask some specifics, and I'll say we're dealing with 3 different stores. So do you know what the metric expectation was on immunizations for the 3 stores?
I can answer it. I mean, when a patient comes in and they want immunization, they get immunization. There's no.
I mean, is there a specific expected number? Dr. Jolly, is that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah, and I'm also curious for walk-up appointments, in addition to high prescription volumes, are they expected during busy times of the year, especially for influenza, for example, are they expected to also be able to immunize as well as keep up with one prescription every 2 minutes for verification purposes?
So some of the surveying that we've even done informally at the board, here are some of the things we're told are expected out of metrics. Immunizations with specific numbers of immunizations per week or per month. MTM consults, a specific number per week or per month. Opioid stewardship exercises, 90-day adherence overviews, adherence outreach and RX savings calls. First fill counseling and follow-up, which first fill counseling is required by law anyway. script syncs, dental patients such as NSAIDs for dental issues, script counts, wait time, refill requests that are proactively done, new script pickup metrics, prescription schedule, and I think ready fill, but I don't know if that's specific or not. That's just what we're told from pharmacists, that these are the things that they feel like they're getting communication, that those are metrics they're expected to reach by the company.
And I think these three however many pharmacists there are ought to be able to speak to that, even if CVS cannot.
Thank you, Dr. Curley.
Yeah, do you want to comment on that, Dr. A?
Yeah, those are some of the measures we are like we expected to follow, especially like the PCQ calls. They need to be done like on a daily basis. That's they're divided. You have those which are supposed to be done by the pharmacists and those to be done by technicians. Now, CVS, they put aside Saturday for most of the calls to be done because it's usually less busy on the weekends. But now, if we don't, if we are not able to get most of the calls done, we have to follow through throughout the week and make sure they are all completed.
Thank you. That's all I've got for now, Dr. Newsom.
I was muted. Dr. Mack?
Is one of the pharmacists there that worked at either of those locations with the baskets piled up?
Yes, there is.
Could we speak to that individual?
Yeah, absolutely. Katie, you want to come first as you're closest?
Sure.
So this is Katie Lentz, who is a staff pharmacist at the Bella Vista store. And I believe, Dr. Fain, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Katie is who was there when you came in. This is the store also. Katie is not the pick. Jashali, who we spoke about at the beginning, who is out of the country, but Katie works in that store. So with that introduction, and maybe Dr. Mack, I'll ask you to re-ask whatever question. I'm not sure she heard it.
Okay. Hi, Katie. I just wondered, I mean, being a pharmacist too, so I understand how that must look when you look at your counter and it looks like that. But do y'all have anything in your system? I know all those aren't standing in the pharmacy looking at you, but is there anything in that system that kind of prioritizes it, or they just shoot out every prescription available? And then what do you think when you're out there giving 3 people in a row an immunization, you walk back and you see a counter like that? What goes through your mind? I mean, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay. I mean, sometimes it can feel a little overwhelming, especially when you're in flu season and you have a lot of flu shots coming. And the picture that was seen of my particular store, when Cindy came to see us, we had just lost a couple of technicians. So we had lost one, she went to college, so she moved, and then another one ended up retiring, which was, we lost 2 kind of back to back and weren't necessarily prepared. So when they came for a visit, we only had those 2 technicians. But the prescriptions itself, they are like timed in our system. So we have like our ready fill prescriptions, which are just ones that patients sign up for that they want automatically filled, where they don't have to call them in every month. We'll just kind of fill them for them. Those typically get put in like at certain times throughout the day. Most of our ready fills in Bella Vista come for 10 p.m. when we close. So I mean, we can always see them in our queue. So you just have like your total number of pages throughout the day. But then obviously the acute prescriptions that come in throughout the day, they get a timed as soon as they get there. So if something comes in at noon, it's typically time for like 12:30 when the patient will be able to come and pick it up. So we prioritize those over like the ready fills. That's kind of how our workflow is put together.
Okay.
But then you do also have the immunizations and everything that come in.
I was trying to figure out how, and I, the techs were getting their job done because there were plenty of baskets ready, but I was trying to figure out if y'all had something where you were not just looking at everything that was due. So all of those essentially needed to be done in a relatively short order, because I know that wasn't 10 o'clock at night, probably when she was there. So Can you honestly say that you have plenty of help? Not when technicians call in and not when you lose technicians. In a general day, when you have that many prescriptions that are piled up like that, do you feel like you have enough staffing to take care of the patients and do everything like Dr. Jolly was kind of getting to?
I feel like it kind of just depends on your day. I mean, there are some days when I feel like I've helped every single patient that comes in. I feel like I have plenty of time to do my job as thoroughly as I can and talk to everybody. But then it's just kind of situational. There are the other times when the doctor line is ringing all day long and I'm having to deal with that. And then we've got vaccinations and things that come through. So, I mean, especially in like peak flu season and things like that, it can get a little bit overwhelming at that point. When she came to visit us at that point, it was, and I was fairly new to Arkansas at that point, so I had just started and been in that store for about a month when they came in.
Thank you for being honest.
Dr. Newsom, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Dr. Lentz, so this is, what time of day was this? You remember, was it morning or afternoon?
I believe it was later afternoon. I don't know the specific time, but I feel like it was probably like 3 or 4, something around there.
Okay. And so this is in October during, I guess, last October. So about how many, I mean, you've worked there. I mean, you still at that store?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. About how many prescriptions y'all fill a day? I mean, it can just be an estimate. I'm just
I would think probably between 300 to 400.
And during the fall, you know, September, October, during that time of year, how many flu shots are you giving a day?
Depends on the day, but I think one of my highest days that I gave flu shots this year, I gave about 35 in one day.
Okay. And you're there, what kind of shift are you working?
Jay Shaw and I can split days, so she'll work the morning from 8 to 3, and then I would come in 3 to 10, or we work a whole day, which is 8 a.m. to 10.
Okay. So, but you're there by yourself and with the most 3 technicians?
Yeah.
Okay. Do y'all have any other staff? Like, do you have a clerk that just works the?
So we can oftentimes, we have front store employees that can be cross-trained, so they're able to come back and help us with registers and things like that throughout the day. So if we feel like we would need, if we're feeling like we're pretty busy, we can always call on our front store manager and have someone come back and help us ring out to kind of manage workflow.
Okay. And I guess, you know, like if you're working that, would you say 7 to 3 or 3 to 10? I guess what's the busiest time of day? Around 3 to 6, people getting off work, or is it during the day?
Well, so I'm in Bella Vista, so it's kind of, we get our busy time. It's like 2 different types of busy times. I get it in the morning because we have a lot of retired people that they
Right. I mean,
throughout the day.
Bella Vista is a retirement community, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, we get typically pretty busy around like 11 a.m. We start picking up for the day, and then we do get another rush around like 4:30, between like 4:30 and 7 when people are getting off of work.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lentz.
And Dr. Lentz, I just had a couple kind of follow-up questions, but specifically with the pictures they showed us with the baskets. Were those baskets for, I mean, was I just want to make sure we kind of understand what that was. Was that for people sitting there waiting for the prescriptions?
No, it was not for people sitting there waiting. I have one of the technicians that I work with, she's very efficient and she's very good at counting the prescriptions throughout the day. So she kind of just catches up and keeps everything workflow moving. So she's very fast paced. So that's why those can get stacked up on us too, because she's working very quickly. But a lot of those in the picture were ready fills, 10 p.m.
Okay, so would that have been for the next day then? And that was just getting ahead for the next day?
They're due by the end of the day. But it was only 4 o'clock. So we still had time to do those.
But one question with that, how do you find if I walk in to get my prescription, you have 50 baskets there, how do you find mine if it's not ready? You go digging through those 50 things? At least at our store with technicians, when we put prescriptions, we make sure the labels are all facing up so we're able to see who the patient is. And we do keep them relatively in like a timed order as well. So I mean, if I know that I just got an acute amoxicillin prescription, that's going to be at my front of my stack that I have to, those are going to be the ones that I would verify next. Whereas all of our later ones, we would keep not for later on. We wouldn't be verifying those right away.
So the answer is yes, you do have to go looking through the labels.
Yeah, I mean, we have the labels facing up, but yes, you have to identify, look at the label, yes.
Okay, Dr. Mack, did you have anything else?
That
I
is
know
it.
you wanted to hear from the other store with the picture, Dr. Mack, is that right? I'll ask Dr. Johnson to come.
Well, and real quick, so,
Okay.
so that schedule, it's 8 to 10?
Yes, we're open from 8 to 10, but my pharmacist partner that I work with, we split days a lot. So I will either work the morning 8 to 3, and then the other one will come in 3 to 10, and then we work one 14-hour day a week, which is 8 a.m. to 10.
Okay, so you work a 7-hour block generally. Okay, no breaks, no lunch breaks.
Typically, I mean, I go to the bathroom if I have to, yes, but yeah, 7 hours.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Kirtley, I didn't mean to short circuit there with Dr. Wentz, but I know Dr. Mack had asked to talk to both stores about with the picture. So I know we have Dr. Johnson here, who is the other store, is the Sherwood store. And so I'll ask him to come over and Dr. Wentz to step down. And of course, she's here if she needs to come back.
Dr. Wentz, well, she's already left. I was going to ask her one more question.
Well, she just two seats down, so she can hear you. She's just not on.
Okay. Well, how do you feel at the end of the day after you work a shift there? Do you feel fulfilled, or are you feeling overwhelmed, overstressed?
Fulfilled at the end of my day. I mean, sometimes, like, especially your long day when you work 14 hours, I mean, I think anybody would feel tired after a 14-hour day. But I mean, I do feel fulfilled when I go home from work. I don't go home and dread what I just did or anything like that.
Okay, so are you doing just one 14-hour day per week, or how often are you having to pull the 14 hours?
How our rotation is right now, we do one 14-hour a week, and then the rest we split days. So I mean, we're there a lot of the days of the week.
Okay. So what is a typical week like? How does your pattern fit?
So in a typical week, so I would work like a Monday morning, and then I would be off on Tuesday, and then I would come in late Wednesday, work all day Thursday, 8 to 10, and then I would close on Friday, and then the weekend.
Okay. And you're just getting, you said about 1 hour of overlap per day? Or
I work from, if we split the day in half, so I would work from 8 to 3, then Jay Shawley will come in and she comes in at 3, and we'll work from 3 to 10.
Okay.
Zero overlap.
No.
But what about, your break time? It's no such thing as break, but do you get a downtime at all? Or are you just doing this every day?
No, in Bella Vista, we typically do get downtime in the later evening. Like we mentioned before, it is a retirement community, so we tend to die down after like 7 o'clock. So that gives us the 3 hours left of the day. It's kind of more slower paced at that point for us to be able to finish daily tasks and everything.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this young lady? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. I have Dr. Charles Johnson, who is the Sherwood store, 10430. But and I know I think you could hear Dr. Mack's question, and I think she just wanted to kind of talk about the pictures of the baskets and kind of what's going on, but I'll let.
Right.
Okay, hold on just a second, Dr. Krause. Did you have a question?
Yeah, go ahead and answer Dr. Max. But I do want somebody to explain to me the workflow, like when a prescription is brought in, what it's done, how it's handled, where it goes.
Good afternoon. We operate pretty much on the same principle. First I have to say I had outstanding technicians in the two I had. They were able to get the basket stacked ahead of time so that the stack you see on the shelf are scripts that are not due right then. They're due later on. But the text allowing them to get ahead of time allows them to accomplish other duties. duties that I can delegate to them that they can accomplish to ease the workload on me. As to finding a script when a patient comes in, they're time stacked, so it's easy to locate one because you stack them by the hour. So if a patient, you look at the computer, you see the patient's promised time was 3 o'clock, you just go to the 3 o'clock stack and pull the prescription out for them, and it's verified. It's a lot easier to verify a script that's already been counted and stacked than it is if it isn't filled already, and trying not to keep the count cluttered with what's being in advance.
I think my question, I understand the timestamp, and I like that part. I think that's good. I guess my question is, so it doesn't seem to alarm you when you look over there, there's so many, but do you think this has anything to do with the texts are so fast and they send it out and they weren't putting complete directions, which is clearly stated from 3 different pharmacies? Do you think that played into, when you look at that many baskets, you got 50 of them to do you think that played into why y'all didn't send them back and get them corrected? Or you just thought it doesn't need to be on, doctor put it on there, but it really doesn't need to be on there, so I just won't worry about it. It just seems to me like they're doing their work so fast, but then they're the ones that are probably making the input errors. And then if the pharmacists aren't sending it back, because it just gets them farther behind. I just kind of want you to speak to that process of
I don't
why
feel
you would let things go that way.
by working ahead that way, that was a contributing factor to the SIG errors that were discovered. I think those errors were not acts of omission, but acts of trying to keep the information on the label succinct and to the point to the patient so that you didn't go to a supplemental label. We were trying to make sure the patient had accurate information right there in their hand when they had the file, not looking at a separate piece of paper, because most patients, when they get home, the pill bottle comes out of the bag goes in the trash, and there goes the instructions that they're on a separate label. So that's why I think the objective and the focus was keeping the SIG short enough to stay on the labels.
So it's kind of sounded to me like take one tablet every 4 to 6 hours is needed for pain. That for pain might have been left off. So then are they going to just take that all the time because they don't realize it's only as needed for pain? I mean, if a doctor writes it on the prescription, we all know as a pharmacist, it has to be on the bottle. So I'm surprised that this other gentleman that does all the quality would need to come in and train very capable, wonderful, appearing pharmacists on, hey, if the doctor writes it on there, you have to put it on the bottle. Why that was such a big training thing. So I'm just concerned. I just feel like because of the rush, and this is just my theory, but because of the rush of everything, you send it back, that takes more time and you have to get it ready for the patient. So it just seems like possibly these things were not getting corrected because it would just bottleneck it more.
To return a prescription for correction is not a large effort. Anyone who's handling the prescription time can do it and change it running through the system. And especially if the patient's there in the store, it's so easy to do it quickly, efficiently. So I don't feel, again, that was a contributing factor to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Krause?
Can you tell me what you think was a contributing factor to that?
Again, besides trying to keep it succinct keep the directions succinct and short and sweet, that was the main contributing factor I would think that caused those that atmosphere where we were leaving things off.
And Dr. Johnson, can you speak to your sort of, your practice since then and what you do now with respect to,
since then, now on the prescription, everything is there. It's there. If the doctor says take 2 tablets and then he puts in parentheses 150 milligrams, we put that on there. If it goes over, it goes over. But we also make a point where that if it goes over, that patient is going to receive mandatory counseling, that is instructions for the medication is on a separate label and not on the vial, and not to dispose of it without maintaining.
So as I understand what you're saying, the directions won't be like your SIG codes when they print out on the label. They're going to be, it's going to be spelled out for the patient. It doesn't, you know, like I'm looking at some of these and it'll have 1-2 POQ6HPRN. Is that what's on the label?
No, sir. That all gets spelled out. That's take one capsule by mouth, you know, so forth, every morning, every evening, whichever it may be. That gets all spelled out. The SIG codes are just a way to make it more efficient to type the directions in to make sure that you get everything there. The SIG codes are subsequently, what we've done, we posted the SIG codes next to every workstation to ensure that the technicians and even the pharmacists that's typing them in follow the SIG codes, and it makes it more efficient to get everything that the doctor wrote on the SIG directions there on the label.
So what were you referring to when you said it'd be on the paperwork instead of the bottle? When would that happen?
If you only have a small space there on the vial, prescription vial for the directions to fit. If it's too much, the directions are too long. For instance, let's say in a titration with the steroid,
right?
It's going to be too long to fit there. You're going to have additional space to place those directions. Those are printed out with a supplemental piece of paper that goes with the patient leaflet so that the patient can see that. And the words are stated that you will see the additional attached directions for taking the medication.
Correct. Okay. Gotcha.
So how often are you having to have a prescription that's going to take that much information like a separate sheet? How often does that happen?
That happens quite often. It happens quite often. If you include everything, take one tablet or take 2 tablets, total 100 milligrams, 2 times a day at 6 a.m. at 2 p.m. for whatever disease state, you're now slowly filling up the 3 to 4 lines of text that you have quite quickly.
Okay, but do you automatically have a hard halt on that so that you will know you will have to counsel that patient?
Yes, ma'am. There is a hard halt on that lets you know that you've reached the limit that will fit on that label.
Okay. Dr. McCready?
I have a question for Dr. Johnson. I picked up prescriptions at a different store this week, a different chain, and you were working there. Is that not correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Are you still working for CVS?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Did anybody know that today? Besides, I wondered if that had been made apparent during the hearing that you were no longer working for CVS.
I informed all parties that I was no longer working for CVS.
I understand you did. I meant during this hearing today.
Now, I don't think we had, when he came over, I don't think that Dr. McCready commented on that. I apologize. That would be my, any confusion on that would be my mistake. I apologize for that. But we certainly, and I know that Dr. Johnson had one of the patient complaints, and I understand the board's going to talk to him. And certainly, you know, that's no secret, no intent to hide it. But Dr. Johnson is working for Walgreens now. I think when I spoke with Mr. Daniel over the phone last week, I might have mentioned that, but I can't say for certain. I don't know, but certainly no intent to cover that up or you know, that's no.
I just felt like it appeared that the answers he were giving was, this is how it is right now. And I remembered that he wasn't there unless he was working part-time or something. So I just want clarification. Thank you.
The answer I was giving was directed toward subsequent to the first inspection visit, the actions we took to ensure that we were adhering to the board's desires and making sure we're providing our patients adequate care.
And just to give you a timeline there, I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that Dr. Johnson left CVS, separated from CVS in December of 2020 and started working for Walgreens almost, you know, immediately thereafter in late December, early January 2020, just in terms of timeline.
And I'm pretty sure that Mr. Mitchell did tell me that. I don't know, just didn't mention it today, but I was aware that he was no longer there.
So Dr. Johnson, and not to get into any numbers because we're not asking specifics, but you probably have worked at more than one chain, at least 2, we know, maybe even more, but out of the pharmacies you've worked at, let's just put it that way, you don't even have to give them a name. Do you find anyone, do you get about the same amount of help everywhere you go, or is it pharmacists help? Not talking about technicians. We know the maximum you can get is 3 technicians in this state, but just pharmacists help. Is it pretty similar at the different chains you've worked at?
Actually, CVS is my first chain. This is my second career following a 30-year military career.
Okay.
So from CVS to Walgreens, like I said, I've been with them now for a few months. My staffing is a little bit better. I don't know if that's due to retention, because I had a high turnover at CVS.
Okay. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Does anyone else have any questions of this gentleman? Dr. McCready, and then Dr. Richmond?
Dr. Johnson, can you speak to that high turnover issue at CVS? Do you have any idea why that occurred?
Well, I can only identify the 3 technicians that I lost immediately, within that time frame. One worked for a small independent pharmacy. Another one left due to her military spouse being transferred to London. And another technician left because she had personal issues that, how shall I say, blocked her from coming to work on time.
So it wasn't pharmacist turnover, it was mostly technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Richmond? You don't have anything? You're muted, I can hear you.
Can you not hear me?
No,
now. I guess I will just ask this one question since you gave me the opportunity. Dr. Johnson, do you feel like you've spoken candidly here with us today?
Say again, sir?
Have you spoken candidly here today?
Most definitely, sir. I'm a very blunt, straightforward individual.
Okay.
I think I saw Dr. Kraus with a hand.
Okay.
Just, I don't know if it's a question or a general statement, but, well, first off, I'd like to know when a prescription comes in to the stores in question, I assume it goes to a cashier or somebody at the counter and then it's passed over. Can somebody tell me how that is handled from that point forward?
Want to comment on that, Dr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. When the prescription comes in, it goes through the drop-off point. At the drop-off point, the technician reviews the prescription with the patient prior to entering it into the system. Once that prescription is entered into the system, it then goes to the pharmacist for a first review. The pharmacist now has the opportunity to review the prescription without being distracted by verifying the tablets or capsules. You're looking solely at the prescription and the data entry point. Once that prescription is verified, it is then sent back to the technicians for filling. Once the prescription is filled, then it's placed in the basket with the leaflets for the pharmacist to do the final review.
And Ro, I know that is kind of definitely in your wheelhouse there, that question. I wanted to let him hear from the pharmacist, but I want to give you the option if you had anything, comments or anything to add on that.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly the process for if a prescription is being dropped off as a hard copy. If it's coming in electronically or as a fax, it goes into a queue that can be worked from any workstation. So if, let's say, the drop-off technician is busy, a pharmacist or another technician could hop into the triage queue, as we call it, to be able to type those prescriptions in. That would really be the only different part. And then, did you mention split verification? And then, so after the prescription is data entered, that piece is actually verified by the pharmacist alone, just the data entry piece. Once the data entry piece has been completed, it gets pushed to production, gets filled, and then the second verification process is just the product verification piece. So that's typically the workflow.
So who puts the information in the computer and generates the label for the prescription? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, so I mean, ideally, it'll be whoever's assigned to drop off. So in, workflow models vary depending on how many people are working to optimize the layout of the pharmacy as well as the different responsibilities versus ones that are more time consuming, et cetera.
Well, it can only be either a pharmacist or a tech. So which one of those is it?
The tech, yeah, typically a drop-off technician.
Okay, so the technician, so a pharmacist gets the prescription and basically makes sure it's signed, dated, got a DEA number, is a legal prescription. And then a technician takes that prescription and puts it in the computer and generates, fills it, bills it, generates a label. And then a technician fills it. And then a pharmacist checks it. And then it goes over. Is that correct?
Not quite, sir. The technician receives the prescription from the patient. They verify all the information you just previously stated first initially. They type that information into the system. At that point, then it goes to the pharmacist for verification. The pharmacist re-verifies that same information as well as accuracy. Then it goes back to the technician for filling. Then it goes back to the pharmacist for verification of the actual filling of the medication. Of note, subsequent to the board visit, I implemented something I call the two-man rule. If a prescription comes in, the same person who typed it in cannot be the pharmacist who's going to verify it. That way you have two sets of eyes on the prescription instead of just one. To where the pharmacist gets the prescription, types it in, fills it, verifies it, you don't have that second set of eyes. It's something I learned in the military work with nuclear weapons. Two-man rule gives you much better oversight.
And this can be done inside 2 minutes.
If necessary, yes, sir, but normally it's done inside 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't confuse the 2 minutes to get a script out each time. All that time is overlapping with each script. So that 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minute rolls continually so that you're pushing scripts out in the necessary pace.
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around is, you know, I guess the 2,500 prescriptions a week and the number of prescriptions that works out to be per hour that the store is open, and then how many pharmacists are on staff while that is occurring. And if you're filling 400 to 500 prescriptions a day, are you asking one okay, so you split the day. If you're asking a pharmacist to fill 200 prescriptions in the morning, that seems a little excessive that it opens you up for errors and mishaps.
Dr. Krause, I want to clarify one thing there on the 2,500 number, and I'm not exactly sure where that came from, but I'm not aware of any, and I think Dr. Fain said that she heard that from someone as a threshold to get additional pharmacists. Not that it was necessarily what a store has to hit or needs to hit, but a trigger, in an event. And I think with Dr. Johnson's store, my understanding is they were around 1,300 prescriptions a week. So, very different numbers. So I just want to make sure that I'll let Dr. Johnson answer the question, but wanted to clarify
Thank you.
that point.
Could you clarify your question for me again, please?
So I guess the statement or question is that it seems like to me that there's, if you're filling 400 prescriptions a day or 300 prescriptions a day for that matter, and you've got the other things that y'all talked about that also the pharmacist has to do within a day, it seems like you're shorthanded.
As a pharmacy manager, I guess also part of my background, I learned to manage the day efficiently to where our duties get accomplished during the downtime, certain duties and other duties get accomplished, where the focus has to be on just verifying scripts due to customer load. It's a matter of being efficiently managing your day. It's done, I go home with a smile on my face, I'm happy for my second profession. I look forward to going to work each morning.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Dr. Newsom, would it be okay if we take a 5-minute break, come back?
Yes. That'd be great. Let's get back at 4 o'clock because we've got a storm going on down here. That's why I'm muting myself so you're not getting all the background noise. So we'll
yeah, it's rolling pretty good here too.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll sign off and be back on at 4 o'clock.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we just muted stuff.
Hey, David, are y'all still in the room?
What'd you say, Luke?
I was asking David Mitchell if they were still right there. I just had to tell him something real quick.
In the CBS group, who is the guy that's in the blue jacket or the blue tie that told us about the quality improvement?
I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but we can ask when they come back.
Okay, start time, but we've got a few people to wait on. Just a second.
We're filling back in, or we had a little bit of a line at our restroom here for our group today, but I think, I know Jeff is all the pharmacists are here. Jeff is on his way back and be with us just momentarily.
Okay, we'll give, everybody a few minutes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
You guys are watching the same fun rainstorm we are.
We are, yeah. I think we're just down the road from you. There's been a couple booms that have took the building.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mitchell, I just sent you an email. I don't know if you have access to it, to there where you are, but it was some pictures that literally was just emailed me, that I was just emailed a few minutes ago. You might want to look at them.
Okay.
I just forwarded it to you maybe 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm pulling up my laptop now.
Okay, goodbye.
And I think, so we are all here now. I'm pulling this up, Mr. Daniel, but happy to proceed.
And I don't know if we wanted to, Dr. Newsome, while Mr. Johnson, Dr. Johnson was there. If y'all wanted to talk about, one of the prescription errors was his. So I didn't know if y'all wanted to, one of the complaints. So I didn't know how y'all wanted to discuss the complaints. If you wanted, they probably need to be discussed separately because they're from two different stores, but I didn't know exactly how you wanted to do that. One of them is his and one of them is Patrick. And I'm sorry, I don't know how to, is it Easy? I'm not exactly sure how to say his last name, but there are two complaints that were kind of the starter of all this. And Mr. Mitchell, those, like I said, that email just came in, and I'm not exactly sure who it's from, but that email just came in with those pictures literally just a few minutes ago, and I can tell a few of the pictures are from Texarkana. I'm not positive where the other pictures are.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of pulling them up and trying to listen to you and look at the same time. But and so I think that you want to hear from while Dr. Johnson was here with us. Did you want to go ahead and talk to him about the customer complaint? Is that
Yeah, why don't we do that, and that'll give you all time to look at those pictures and see what, if anything, you want to talk about those. So yeah, Dr. Johnson, if you wouldn't mind coming back. This is from a complaint that the board received, and this was from a May 11th prescription. This is the one where she was, where the patient was prescribed phentermine, and she ended up being dispensed Ambien. And like I said, she got to where she couldn't answer basic questions. Her family thought she was having a stroke. So they called 911, and she went to the ambulance, and she was still kind of felt out of it for a while. So that's where that, this is that complaint that came from. This kind of started the, where the Sherwood store was audited. So Dr. Johnson, if you just kind of walk the board through kind of what happened and how this happened, I guess, would be a good way to.
Okay. I received notification from my staff pharmacist that error had occurred. I immediately went and reviewed the tapes to see if the visual verification tray was used by me. When I filled that prescription, the tape showed that I did use the visual verification tray.
Can you explain what that is?
What the visual verification tray is where the tablets are all dumped out of the bottle into the tray to observe the tablets are all exactly what's supposed to be there and compare it to the image on the computer. When I saw that, then I spoke to the tech that filled the prescription to try to see if I could ascertain where the error may have occurred. We could not ascertain exactly where the error occurred, how it occurred, but the fact that the patient stated an error happened, so an error existed. So at that point, I implemented steps to potentially prevent that error from ever occurring again. And they all were within CVS guidelines that included one prescription in the immediate work area at a time, only one medicine. They have a blue section area that's the only prescription should be in that blue section area is the one you're filling, and not a second one. That prevents tablets from being mixed up and confused, put in the wrong bottle. Also implemented that same blue section on the pharmacist's workstation to avoid it happening back to the pharmacist's workstation. But again, in all my investigation, I could not ascertain exactly what caused the error.
Okay, and I'm not a pharmacist. Are those pills, do they look alike?
Completely different. Phentermine is, I'll say for lack of terms, football shape with blue dots, and the Ambien is completely circular.
Okay, so they should have been, if there was, I guess I'm asking, why wasn't that caught on a visual verification?
I could not answer that because the tape did show that I did look at a visual verification when filling that prescription.
Okay, so you did look at the video and it showed you looked at it?
Yes, sir, I did.
You dumped them in, I guess, the tray or whatever you were describing earlier?
Yes, sir.
So I guess they had been put in the bottle by a tech when he or she was filling it, and then I guess it just got overlooked in the verification?
I could not answer that, sir. I couldn't tell from the tape or from my review.
Okay. Board members, anybody have any questions for Dr. Johnson regarding this complaint?
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yeah, I'm just, for Dr. Johnson, were you in a hurry, distracted? Was there any place that along the line of or chain of command that pills could have been switched? You have anything else to offer there?
Potentially could have been that I was in a hurry. That is quite possible in the environment we work in. I don't feel as so from looking at the tape, but that is a potential contributing factor.
How long were you at that store? That CVS? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Approximately 4 to 5 years, sir, straight out of
4 to 5 years, okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Does CVS have on their system like the color pill that you verify, or do you just look at it and verify it yourself?
CVS has an image of all the tablets that you verify.
So I mean, you open a bottle or you pour it in this counting tray, so to speak. You can see on the screen, it's supposed to be this football shape, and the football shape is in the counting tray. Is that how you verify it?
That plus any imprint on the towel.
Okay.
Once, were you still working at CVS when you became aware of this error?
Yes, I was.
Okay, I thought so, but I wanted to clarify. And did you do a controlled substance inventory to reconcile those two drug products?
Yes, we did.
Was there anything else like missing, or was that the only discrepancy and it was explained by this error?
The controlled substance inventory revealed, supported the error did occur.
Okay. What I was getting at is to make sure that somebody didn't get phentermine when they should have gotten Ambien.
No, ma'am. What happened, the controlled substance inventory subsequently being notified of error revealed that we had 30 extra phentermine on hand and 30 short in the Ambien.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, if there's no more questions, unless y'all have anything else on, for him on this topic, Mr. Mitchell.
One question real quick, Luke.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Dr. Cross.
That's all right. When was the complaint filed at the board?
It was, I've got it right here. This complaint came in on July 13th of 2020. And it was the medication error was on May 11th.
So I can lend some further light on that. This error was, we actually had received phone calls about it and had explained the complaint process if the person wanted to file a complaint. And if this is the one I'm thinking of, Luke can correct me if I'm wrong, but the person was initially not going to file a complaint. They were just seeking for CVS to pay for their medical bills. They were very distressed due to the fact that with COVID going on, they were basically picked up, taken to the hospital. With their employer, there were issues that it appeared that the person had been abusing drugs, which they were not. And were even in some ways they felt like treated as if they were a drug abuser or had been abusing drugs when they were seen in the hospital due to the side effects they were having and it not making sense with anything that was on their profile. Sounds that person would allege, I mean, they're not here, but I would bet they have had several conversations that when they felt like they were not being taken seriously or taken care of by CVS, they then later filed a complaint with us. So there was a delay as they figured out what had happened. After they had the error, then they went back and I think later they may have gone back to take another pill and then realized, well, why does this one, what funky generic is this? And then figured out, wait a minute, the problem is I wasn't taking a diet pill that is actually going to, give me energy. I was taking Ambien and that's why I was slurring speech and my family thought I was having a stroke and the people at the hospital thought I was on drugs.
So do you know how that was resolved or have you heard anything back from it?
I have not. I know that they decided to go ahead and come forward with a complaint to us.
Okay. Dr. Krause?
Dr. Kirtley, do you know if they tried to contact CVS or the pharmacist at all?
They said before that they had been in contact because at first they said, if they'll just cover my hospital cost, in this ordeal, then I'm good. But the way the conversation sounded like it was going at the time, they were looking at potentially filing a complaint. And then they apparently ultimately decided to and sent it in.
Yeah, and our complaint says that they contacted CVS CVS corporate to make them aware and was assigned a risk management person. Asked them to send in forms and ask for bills, medical records, etc. So they were in contact. I don't know what the outcome of that was, but they were in contact at some point with, I guess, the complaint department or whatever it's called at CVS.
Dr. Kraus?
Mr. Mitchell, do you know when the store was made aware, or the pharmacist was made aware of the error? And then do you know if CVS paid for their stay in the hospital or medical bills?
I am not aware either way as to any information on that. Dr. Johnson may be able to speak as to when he was made aware at the store.
I was made aware when I returned to work and my staff pharmacist informed me of the error.
We faxed it to the
outcome of it.
Yeah, we faxed it to the store on July 13th. So the day that we received the complaint, Dr. McCready faxed it to the store. So he got it whenever he got back to work.
Okay. Okay, any other comments on the error? Now, what action do you want to take, if any? Because there was some patient harm done. Dr. Kraus?
On the day that error was made, how many pharmacists worked that day together, and how many prescriptions were filled that day?
Can't address some specific numbers. I can only state that we filled approximately, on average during that time frame, we were filling approximately 200 scripts a day, and it was a split shift day.
So there was one pharmacist on with approximately 200, I guess, scripts filled on what's the hours? Just that 14-hour?
No, sir. That's still operated on a 9 to 8 schedule during the week.
9 to 8, okay.
And I think you said a split shift day. I'm not sure if that.
Yeah, split shift.
So
that means two pharmacists work that day.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But not together. They were probably one pharmacist at one time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So do we have any tracking on that prescription as to who handled what when?
Yes, ma'am. In my review of it, there was one tech involved in myself.
Okay.
Yeah, do show the data entry verification was completed. And the verification at the end was completed by Dr. Johnson, and the data entry was done by tech.
Wrong drug in the bottle. It was not that the information was wrong.
I can barely hear you.
I don't know why this is not working. So the problem was that, I mean, the information was not incorrect on the bottle. It was the wrong drug in the bottle, right?
Yes, sir.
So we've heard described a redundant system that, if followed linearly, there should not have been a mistake. But yet there was, and we don't have any explanation as to how that occurred. And I think the gentleman in the blue coat there, when he was describing the quality improvement program at the beginning, his last comment as he wrapped it up, he said, I threw a lot at you. And I think that's a good way to describe it, that prescriptions are filled at the local store. So errors need to be fixed at the local store. So while I can appreciate, the corporate support from that perspective, there's no amount of grandiose programs that have been described that can be administrated by a handful of people when it's really got to be enacted at the local store. And I'm quite sure that the program that he described was not put in place after these errors occurred. They existed. And so these errors occurred while that program was in place. We've heard that the metrics have gone down by 50%, but nobody can tell us what those metrics are. There has to be somebody on a day-to-day or at least a bi-weekly basis deciding who's going to work when. Somebody's got to know what the staffing levels are and how that's determined. But yet, I don't think that anybody has spoken candidly to really answer that question. As I've listened to the questions that have been asked, that as they begin to skirt those issues, the more dancing that goes on. Now, that's my impression. Whether that's not what was said or not, I'm simply telling you that as a board member, that's my impression, is that the questions are not being answered candidly. So if it's not because of redundant systems, and if we have a beautiful quality improvement program that once we identify errors, we come in and fix them and everything's fine, why are they still occurring? So there has to be another reason. And they're flowing through a redundant progressive system. How is it that the wrong drug gets to the patient when two people are involved in processing that prescription, and in the end, we can't explain it? Now that's where I stand. And that's the concern. And I don't feel like we have learned anything more now than we did when we started 2 hours ago.
Dr. Richmond, I want to just try to clarify a few things there. There's one thing you said about a 50% reduction, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. Okay. What was that?
I can speak a little bit to the metric reduction because I'm not trying to not be candid with you. So the metric.
Well, hold on just a second on that. So that's, I think the 50%, he's not talking about an error rate. He's talking about metrics that pharmacists are evaluated on, back to the very beginning. And I believe it was the list that Director Kirtley referred to of, from the survey about what metrics are looked at. So I will say, I don't think there's been any, at least I haven't heard and don't understand any testimony about, error rates went down 50%. And I think that.
We can't hear you again.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
No.
I don't think Dr. Richmond said there was a 50% error rate. He said the metrics. So
Okay.
we understand that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I maybe misunderstood that. So I think as Dr. Johnson explained that, this error occurred, this one, of course, serious error, and he looked back and was not able to identify and explain what happened. And that's, of course, unfortunate, and it is what it is. But in terms of questions about staffing or scheduling, frankly, I'm just surprised or that's even a topic of conversation today based on the notice of violations we received, which, identified, very specific failure to verify prescriptions, incomplete prescriptions. And the presentation that Dr. Saligas made and others were geared towards, addressing as best we can those violations. There was no violation cited that, for incomplete or short staffing, if you will. But I'm sorry if we had a disconnect or that the presentation did not address your concerns or any questions about that. I can state that Dr. Johnson very much is being candid and frankly was quite taken back by the question of whether he was being candid, and commented to me about that in our break. He very much is, and I'm sorry that maybe it's the virtual setting if that is not coming through, or the answers he's giving or others have given have appeared to be evasive. But we're here to try to answer your questions as as best we can, and hope to do so. And so I'll be quiet, but I want to make sure that, Dr. Richmond, we do answer your questions. And I'm sorry if we had a disconnect, about that, or if we've not been answering them. Hopefully we can bridge any gap there.
We can't hear you.
Yeah.
I have a
If you want, you could also get on your phone for microphone, Dr. Richmond.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get Dr. Mack and I'll come back to you. Dr. Mack.
I just wonder on the CVS system, when you look at that video, because I've been in other scenarios, when you look at the video, can you actually see the pills that were placed in that bottle? A lot of pharmacy, the system will show exactly what pills were in there. So it would have shown it's phentermine or it's not, but did it show you the pills?
No, ma'am.
This was after the fact,
The detail does not show the actual tablets.
Okay.
What I did was looked at the date time stamp that the prescription was filled and the date time stamp on the film. just to verify that the visual verification tray was utilized.
So, I mean, in essence, the only way that error can happen, and maybe this other quality assurance person wants to answer, but the only way that error can happen is if somebody didn't really actually look at the computer to see what color and shape and style they were. They poured them in there, and they might have looked at them, but they didn't verify it against the computer, or that error couldn't actually happen. Is that correct?
There's two possible major contributing factors to the error occurring. One, the technician put the wrong pills in the bottle. Two, I as pharmacist did not properly verify the right pills were in the bottle.
Right. And I mean, I fully expect the tech did put the wrong one in, but then the pharmacist, they couldn't let that error go if they actually looked at the computer system versus the bottle, correct?
If I had observed the wrong tablets, I would not have let it go. No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, you want to give it another try? No, we still don't have.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just one suggestion, because I've had this problem before, but I think with the Zoom meeting, you can there's a dial-in number usually, and you won't have the video, but you can just dial in from a phone and we'd at least be able to hear you. I would certainly, we want to answer your questions, Dr. Richmond.
Yeah, Dr. Richmond, that dial-in number, if you want it, is on the same email where the Zoom link is.
Does anyone else have any questions in the meantime?
I would like, Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I'd like, if I could, if staff or somebody could remind me of precedents that we've had in the past on errors, especially when they've caused harm in this situation.
Dr. Kirtley, were you going to answer that one? Or Mr. Daniel?
It's a range. We've seen anywhere from, on the financial side, $250 to, I'm looking for, let me switch my screen so I can see everybody. Dr. McCready, I think the highest one we've seen was like 50,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that was an extreme case where a patient had serious long-term effects off of multiple prescription issues, but that was actually a corporation fine because it was a corporate with shipping and delivery issues as well. I think this one, you have to also decide, do you want to take all of this as one issue? Do you want to take these as single issues? It becomes tough because now that we have started these, I say audits, but these accuracy checks, we've had a lot of discussion of not everything that is necessarily inaccurate is actually an error that puts a patient at risk. But lots of things that are inaccurate do put patients at risk. So that's where it gets fairly frustrating, I think, trying to crunch numbers on some of this.
Yeah, and just for, I mean, John uses that one example where that a large fine for a facility. What's been my experience is, anywhere, when it comes to, a pharmacist making an error that there was some patient harm. It's been anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand. It's just kind of the board's always kind of looked at it on a case by case. Of course, there's different types of harm, but so it's just kind of, and then, disciplinary or non-disciplinary. And like I said, that would just be again, today at an informal, this is all recommendations. They have the right to, either accept this or not accept it. And, personally, as a pharmacist and as a corporation, if there's any type of sanctions, they have the right to accept it or not accept it, and would always have the right to come to a full hearing if they don't agree with what's been said, or they don't agree with the decision that's been made today, whatever that might be.
Dr. Johnson, do you remember at all how that day went that the error occurred? Any
No.
recollection?
No, ma'am, that's over a year ago.
Okay. Well, how were your days working? Were you, how did you do at the end of the day? Was it stressful days or days you felt everything went well, or in general?
In general, I went
Yes,
home
sir.
feeling quite well with my job.
Okay.
I chose this profession as a chance to interact with the community and to help my patients. I freely admit there occurred on my watch, and it's my responsibility. I don't understand how it occurred, but I do admit it was my responsibility. But I don't go home dreading my job because I feel that I provide my patients with a valuable service.
Okay, all right, thank you. Dr. McCready?
Well, I actually had a question. I don't know whether we really want, I really want to go this direction, but when we have an error or we have a complaint and we send it to the store, and oftentimes we find the pharmacist and we find the corporation. And in this particular error, and this is just something that came to mind that I remember from when we had this error, I had sent the paperwork off, and I normally send it to the store, and they forward it to their legal counsel to get permission, I guess, to send us the documents that we request. I had sent a request for this paper, for this error, for the information on this error some time back, and I had emailed the legal analyst or assistant that I deal with and said, you know, would you check and see what's going on with this? We don't have a response. And the response I got back from their legal department said, thank you for your patience. Our regulatory team is in the process of obtaining counsel to handle this matter that is currently scheduled before the board and must wait until we get further instruction from counsel. If you have any further questions, please reach out to Senior Legal Counsel Brian Convery. I forwarded that to Luke because I felt like if we had an error that the board was investigating, that even if they had to hire legal counsel, they should have been more responsive to the board also. So I think there's some issue here. I just wanted the board aware that this chain of events happened in this case. It's the first time I've ever had that happen in any time I've sent any information to a corporation about an error. And I just wanted you aware of that.
Yeah, and this was, I mean, it took months to get this. I mean, we got that response back from them in November. I mean, we received this complaint in July, and I think this was I think it says second request on the top of it. So there was an issue and I know it's not the fault of Dr. Johnson or, I mean, probably any of those people sitting there, but we've had issues before with CVS legal department not wanting to provide us with documentation from the pharmacy to the point that we've had to send them letters that outline Arkansas law that shows what we can ask for. And so we've had that was an issue. That's why this case has taken so long to get here, was part of the time we were having to wait. And like I said, I know that's not the, issue with the gentleman sitting right there, but.
And we were not about to charge Dr. Johnson with a failure to respond of any sort with that interaction going on between legal counsel for the corporation he was working with.
Let me just comment a little bit on that. Dr. Johnson may want to comment. I want to let him, but I believe and that my understanding is to maybe an issue there is that there was an issue internally in terms of Dr. Johnson's understanding and maybe the actions he took after he was notified of this and reporting it up the chain to CVS. And I think that was the cause of some of the breakdowns, and ultimately, and Dr. Johnson, I know, I want to let him speak for this, but that resulted in Dr. Johnson's separation from CVS to Walgreens, because of that. So we acknowledge there were issues there. I don't think that's, we were not prepared to, weren't aware of that. Certainly wasn't in the notice, and I also note in the notice to Dr. Johnson, CVS is not identified as it was in, with respect to that case, it is as it was with respect to the audit cases. And so frankly, in terms of, I know there were comments about potential corporate sanctions for CVS there, that is surprising to me as I sit here because, on that case number, CVS is not identified, at least on the letter. I have January 6th, case number 2020-071 that involved Dr. Johnson's personal issue. So certainly we're not expecting or prepared to address, that customer complaint, at least from a corporate responsibility standpoint. I think we were prepared, and Dr. Johnson, as he has explained, addressed it as best he could in terms of explaining what happened again with the imperfect knowledge as he says. But I want to let Dr. Johnson, comment to the board directly on that.
My employment with CVS was terminated due to my failure to properly notify the company through electronic means of the receipt of the subpoena. I notified verbally, and I thought once I received the subpoena via email that the company was aware of the subpoena, and I was awaiting further guidance. However, I did not follow the company's policy in loading certain documents into the computer.
So you were terminated for doing what the board asked you to do,
No, sir, I was terminated for not following corporate policy.
which is, okay, so you did what we asked you to do, which is against their policy, and they terminated you.
No, sir, no, sir, no, sir.
Explain it.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
He didn't upload it to CVS in the manner that they require him to under corporate policy is the way I took that.
Yes, sir.
He verbally told them, but it sounds like they also had a requirement for him to upload electronically. And since he did not do that, they terminated him.
Yeah, nothing to do with not producing documents or responding to the subpoena. It was the internal notification process. And Mr. Combry, whose name was mentioned, is actually here. And I think wants to speak to that as well.
I'd be happy to address that. And I believe Ms. McCready, it was your question or your narrative. So I'm going to address you. And if I apologize and it came from someone else, I do apologize. But Ms. McCready did get a response from one of our regulatory team members saying that that if any further questions, please, reach out to me. That second notice, which I believe was accompanied by a complaint, was our first notice of any action by the Arkansas board. We were never made aware by Mr. Johnson of the first subpoena. Once the second one came out and then a complaint was issued, once the complaint was issued, that's when we retained Mr. Mitchell to represent. And that's why I asked the regulatory team to say, we are retaining counsel. We had already reached out to Mr. Mitchell because the complaint was our first notice.
And I will say that I sent the notice to Kelsey White, who's the person I normally deal with CBS, on October 8th, and asked if she would check and see if there was a response. I did not get a response back from her till November 10th, 2020, stating that thanked me for my patience and that you guys would get with me later, that there were, because this was coming before the board, he was going to have to go through legal counsel.
Yeah, because she was not aware of anything previous. So it took her time to actually go back and find out if she had any advance notice that she just missed or fallen through the cracks. And she advised me that she had not. And again, at that point, the complaint came, we retained Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
There was no legal strategy to delay or not provide any information to the board. I believe we've always tried to be upfront with this board and any other board with regards to requests.
But anyway, I don't want to,
Yeah, I think we're getting kind of off.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I think we're getting kind of way off kind of what we're here today. Let's, does anybody, Dr. Krause, you have your hand up?
Yeah, Madam President, I was wondering if I could make a motion concerning Dr. Johnson.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
In light of the mistake that Dr. Johnson made, I would propose that the board fine him $1,500 and request that he do 3 hours of CE pertaining to medical errors.
Would that be, are you wanting to do that as a disciplinary fine or as some type of non-disciplinary cost?
Non-disciplinary.
The dollar amount seems high to me, but
Well, what are you suggesting? Or what are you thinking?
I was thinking more like $500.
I don't have a
Dr.
problem.
Mack, did you have Go ahead, Dr. Kraus.
I don't have a problem with that amendment.
Okay, Dr. Beck, did you have your hand up or were you just moving?
I was just moving. I was definitely going to say non-disciplinary because he made an error. It wasn't intentional.
Right. Dr. Jolly?
Dr. Newsom, I have concerns about the staffing levels at these stores and their contributions to medication errors. And I think as a board member, I have concerns about patient safety as well. I would like to propose some sort of structure where we address the inaccuracies that were found at this store. And my proposal would be as follows. At the corporate level, by my count, Dr. Fain found 204.
Okay, can we get back to yours? Because we've got Dr. Kraus has a motion on the floor, and then what you're talking about is something separate. So we'll come back to yours as soon as we finish with the motion that we're on.
Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Kraus?
Dr. Kraus, I got that he amended his motion to $500 as non-disciplinary cost and 3 hours of CE on medication errors. Is that correct, Dr. Kraus?
Correct.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any comments? So Becca or Dr. Mitchell, is that a second to the motion, your proposal?
I'll second Dr. Kraus's amended motion.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Okay, and Mr. Mitchell, this is just on Dr. Johnson's, that one error that we received a complaint on. And like I said, this is a recommendation. You can talk with him at a later date and let me know, how y'all want to proceed, but it'll be, and I'll put everything in writing just so you have something on paper, but it'll be a $500 non-disciplinary, we'll call it investigative cost, and 3 hours of CE. It's not reportable. We don't report it to anybody. It's non-disciplinary. It's nothing. That copy of it goes in his file here, and that's the end of it. So, but like I said, y'all can talk about that on, on a later date. Nothing has to be decided, but that'll resolve today. That'll resolve the discussion on his complaint on that one error. So, and I believe, Dr. Jolly, were you wanting to, I guess, discuss the corporate issue with all three of these investigations and audits? Is that kind of where your proposal was? Okay. And okay, so I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom and Dr. Jolly for his.
Well, was the other complaint a misfill?
Yeah, and we can get to that. I just wanted to give Dr. Jolly time to do whatever it was that he wanted to propose for the other, I guess.
I just wonder if we do the corporation after the other one so we can hear, so Dr. Jolly has a full picture of.
That's fine. We can do that if you don't mind waiting a few minutes, Dr. Jolly.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, to go ahead and do the other complaint and let the corporation be the final.
And the other one is Patrick, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, I don't want to butcher his last name. Is it?
Azay, Dr. Azay. And
Azay, perfect.
Correct me if
Dr. Patrick Azay. And this is from the Texarkana store. This was a complaint that the board received, and just like I said, I briefly want to, I'll just briefly go over to it. It was the patient filed a complaint. This was filed on August 31st. So the patient filed a complaint where they were supposed to pick up a 30 milligram prescription for Adderall. They picked up the prescription, took it took it for several weeks, started having depression, had a dizziness, just kind of some mental issues going along with that. They went on and to the point that the patient did attempt a suicide. Luckily, that suicide attempt was not successful. They finally went back, and after some investigation, noticed that it was she had received a prescription for Focalin instead of the Adderall. So like I said, and this is just what I just said about her issues that she had suffered. This is what's coming from her and her complaint. So this is just, like I said, I mean, I'm just kind of repeating what she said in her complaint. So all that being said, it was a Adderall prescription that was wrongfully filled for Focolin. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mitchell, and he can kind of, if he'll just kind of walk us through this complaint and what he remembers and kind of how this might have happened and what's been done since. And
Yes, sir.
was there any, I guess, any contact with the patient's family or anything like that that he can add?
Yep, very good. Yeah, Dr. I'll just let you go ahead and explain to the board kind of your recollection of what happened.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hayes actually came to the store and dropped off a prescription in June, on that day in question, June 18th, for this methamphetamine 30 milligrams. And the prescription was mistakenly typed in as desmethyphenidate 30 milligrams by my technician, and I verified it and I didn't catch it. So she later on came that day and picked up the prescription and left. So I didn't know there was an error, and she didn't call to inform us at the store that there was an error. It was not until July the 8th that I was working that day in the evening around 7 p.m. that she called, and luckily I was working. So I picked up the phone and she said that, is it possible for her to get a hard copy of the prescription that she filled in June? I said, sure, I'll get it ready for you. I asked her name, she gave me the name and the birthday. She said, okay, she's gonna be on her way coming to get it. So she would like it to be ready before she gets there. I said, okay, sure, I'll get it ready for you. So she hung up the phone. While I went to retrieve the hard copy to get it ready for her, I realized that the hard copy was saying this amphetamine. And then what we gave her was desmethyphenidate. That was when I realized that an error has occurred. And immediately I stopped what I was doing. I placed a call to her back to let her know that I've observed an error, that we filled her medication incorrectly. She didn't pick up the call. I left. About 5 minutes, I called her back again. She didn't pick up the call, and I left a voicemail and asked her, please, can you call me back right away when you get this message? And she didn't return the call. So that day, that was around 7 p.m. I got off at 8. At 8 p.m., when I was about to leave, I called her back again, left a message. She didn't return the call. So what I did was to create an incident report as required by the policy that an incident has occurred. And I also went ahead to fill the correct medication for this amphetamine, 30 milligrams, filled it and corrected it. And I also left a message for all my colleagues to know that this error occurred, I've corrected it, and I've tried to get the patient that she's not picking up. So in case she comes around when I'm not around, for them to know what happened and to give her the medication. I also informed my PIC of what happened. The next day, any other day that I worked, I tried to reach Ms. Hayes. I will call her 3 times or 4 times every day after that incident, after the day that she called. She never picked up, she never called back, she never came to the store. And not until the 16th of July, she showed up at the pharmacy in the evening time. I was working, but she mentioned to my technician at the drop-off that she came to pick up a hard copy. So once I had the hard copy and her name, I said, are you Ms. Hayes? She said, yes. So I walked up to the consultation area and I said, can I see you? So I explained to her that I'm Patrick, I'm the person that spoke to you last week, that I've been trying to reach you since then, but you're not picking up, and I've even left messages. She said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I don't pick up calls from numbers that I don't know. I said, but I was calling you with CVS number, and that was the same number you used to call me. She said, okay, don't worry about it. Do you have the hard copy? I said, yes, I have it. But actually why I was calling you is because I observed that we made an error in trying to fill the prescription. And I'm very, very sorry for it. I apologize to her that I regret it, and I've tried to correct the prescription. I also informed my PIC of it, and I really feel bad that that happened. She said, okay, no problem. I said, okay, we'll have the corrected one in case you want to pick it up, and you don't have to pay anything for it. She said, am I sure that I don't have to pay? I said, yes, you don't have to pay because it's our error and we corrected it. She said, okay, I'd like to get it if it's ready. I said, okay. So I went to check her out. And actually on checking her out that day, there was another prescription she had, which has been ready. And I asked her, would you also want to get it? I said, sure, I'll get it. So I checked her out on both of them myself. And I told her again, if you don't mind, we would like to contact you. I'd like my PIC to contact you or my supervisor if that will help, if there's any other thing we need to do. She said no, that I've apologized enough, that it's okay, she's fine now that she had the new medication. And she left. I never had anything again from her, not any other call or any other contact, until I got the mail from my PIC that the board wrote and said she complained about the medication. She tried to commit suicide. When I was talking to her that day, honestly, she was calm. There was no escalation. There was no expression on her face. There was no argument. And I told her, I apologized. Oh, she said she's okay and she's fine, and she walked away. Didn't know that she had any issue or anything going on, or she was going to make any complaint. I had no idea about none of that. But I accepted that an error did occur. I feel there's methylphenidate instead of dextroamphetamine.
Okay, and you're saying, and I'm looking at your letter that you sent in. So she came in, or she called you on July 8th. Did she come in that day, or that's when she called you? That's when you realized that the mistake had been made.
That was when she called requesting for the hard copy, and it was on trying to retrieve the hard copy that I realized that what we gave her was just methylphenidate. But she didn't come that day until the 16th of July. That was when she actually showed up at the store.
Okay, and how did she seem that day when she came in on the 8th? Or no, I'm sorry, when you talked to her, how did she seem on the phone? Was she agitated?
Okay, that was what was surprising me in all of the whole issue when I saw the letter. Because when she came on the 16th, I spoke to her. She was never annoyed, never angry, never sad. She never raised her voice, never shouted on me, never argued, and never in any way cursed. None of that happened. If I was looking at her, I would still ask her the same question. Did I not ask you that day if you have any complaint? I'd like my supervisor to reach you. She said, no, don't worry about that. That it's okay now that she had the main prescription. I said, okay. Again, I'm sorry if there's anything I can do to make you feel. She said, don't worry, that you've apologized enough. And then I left.
Okay, thank you. And just for the board's knowledge, the reason I asked that is, you know, when he stated that he spoke to her on the 8th, and that's when, he asked her, do you have any issues? Do you want to talk to my supervisor? And she said no. And her complaint was July 7th is when she stated she took all that medication. She was in such a deep depression. She slept for 16 hours, et cetera, et cetera. So, we're talking about pretty much the same day after all this happened is when he talked to her, and she appeared to not have any. So I just wanted to make the board aware of, she's calling him and, stating that everything's okay. And then that's the same day in her complaint, or pretty much within 24 hours, that she attempted to, took a lot of what appears to be a lot of medication and slept for 16 hours. So just wanted to make the board aware of that.
One question I have, Mr. Daniel, if I may, and this may just be because I'm not a pharmacist, but it was lost on me. But one question I thought that was pertinent to this is I asked Dr. Zay the difference between as I call it, Adderall that she was supposed to receive and the Focaline that she did, and the nature of that drug. And will you just explain that to the board to the extent?
Okay. So what she was supposed to get was Adderall, although the doctor wrote it out in generic name, dextroamphetamine. There was no brand name added. And That what we gave her was dexmedetomidine, which was Focalin. But the two medications are used to treat the same issue, which was for ADHD. So they are very similar medication, but she didn't get the one she was supposed to get. And they work similar.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, all of the board members that are here today are all pharmacists. So yeah,
Right, yeah, I understand that, and I just, I don't know everybody's specific day to day, but there seemed to be a disconnect, at least in my view, from the alleged, well, a lot of this, but also the alleged reaction.
I'm with you. Board member, Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you if you or any board members have any questions. And again, this will be one that will need some type of recommendation. Whatever it may be from, and, you can take into account also, what, all of y'all as board members know what, the difference between and I'm using the everyday terms, but I mean, an Adderall and a Focalin, and, what the allegations are of her, I guess, issues that she had after that. So I would just ask that y'all take that into account.
So was this at the same store? I realize it's different pharmacists. Is this the same store, Sherwood?
No, this is the Texarkana one, the other one is
Okay.
Sherwoods, but that's what kind of, we got these two complaints within a couple of months. And so that's just kind of what started all of why we're here today. So we just wanted to be sure and address these specific complaints as opposed to all of the rest of them in kind of a big bunch.
So the board have the board heard anything more from this patient?
Not to my knowledge. I'll ask Dr. McCready. Where'd she go? I'll ask her if she's.
No.
She usually.
No.
Okay, she hasn't.
Okay.
All the complaints come in through Dr. McCready, so I just wanted to double check if she's heard anything. I have not, and I don't believe Dr. Curley either.
Okay. So what are the thoughts of the board members? Dr. Krause?
Madam President, can I make a motion, or are we discussing?
Can I ask one more question? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Does this particular pharmacist, do you have any idea how it happened? I know the tech entered it wrong, but when you went back and assessed and went through all your root cause analysis, do you have any idea how this one happened?
Honestly, I've given thoughts to this. When I saw the complaint, I went back to check exactly how this might have happened, what could have caused it, and what I could have done better. And my technician that entered the prescription, I understand a little bit what was going on at the time, because she is my lead tech. And she had actually lost the father a couple of weeks to this incident, when that incident happened, when she did that prescription. So she wasn't in the best of her mind at the time. And all of us, because that affected all of us who are working there, who knows her very well, because she's like one of the engines of our store that helps things to move. So it was very, very not the best time and the best moment, which I think contributed to that. Although I take the blame, but I should have caught it when it was written. But I just saw the dexmedetomidine and didn't really take time to look and to see that it was not dextroamphetamine.
Okay, I've got a question for CVS. Did you all hear anything from this patient, or did she file a complaint with you all also?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't want to, misrepresent something that I'm not aware of, but I don't want to say no, but I'll say not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And I did, I guess, to note that, Dr. Azay did try to make efforts for his direct supervisor to reach, to put her in touch with the patient, and those efforts, you know, as well as all his attempts, were not successful.
Okay. Any more comments from board members? Okay, Dr. Kraus, back to you.
Yes, ma'am. I would be for fining this gentleman $500 and 3 hours of CE for med errors.
Disciplinary investigation.
Yeah.
I will second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
And Mr. Mitchell, same as before, I'll put it in writing. Y'all have time to talk about it and decide what you want to do. And just so they're both aware, if this is something they decide they do not want to agree to, then of course they would have that option to come to a full hearing. We'll send a full order and notice that'll lay out everything. But like I said, y'all got time to talk about it. I mean, at a later date, and you can just get back to me.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
And that will also resolve that specific complaint and his part to that. So those two complaints and those two individual pharmacists, as far as their actions in those two complaints, are resolved with these two recommendations. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you. And I don't know if you want to, if this is time, you want to let Dr. Jolly go with his proposal. But what we have now, we still have those three pharmacies with those inspections / audits, accuracy findings, whatever you want to call them. So
Right.
we need to either make some type of.
Yeah, and if I may, before I just wonder, I know some of these, the pharmacists that are here have drives back tonight to Texarkana and Bella Vista, and just in sort of the interest of their time. I'm certainly happy to stay, answer any questions. I wasn't sure if we were past that, but I didn't want them to needlessly have to stay if everyone thought they weren't, just so they could get back on home tonight.
Well, who is Karina Smith? Because she's on the phone, but I don't think we've heard anything from her.
She is one of the pharmacists. What store are you at, Dr. Smith?
I was at the State Line Texarkana store.
She's at the Texarkana store. She is just here for the same reason all the other pharmacists are here. She is just not represented by Mr. Mitchell.
So, Mr. Mitchell, one thing is when the board members have done this in the past, I think we all need to hear what Dr. Jolly is trying to do first.
Okay.
Because it could end this in 2 minutes, or it could mean a postponement of this. We have had instances with errors like this where the board wanted every pharmacist to do a certain amount of CE or something along those lines. They may even want to further interview them, which means probably punt to a further date. So I hate to tell them to go home if Dr. Jolly is going to suggest some action for them as well as the corporation.
No, understood, Dr. Kirtley, and absolutely, and that's fine. We'll keep everyone here.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Jolly, thanks for your patience and waiting. What are your proposals, please?
Well, in taking in everything as a whole today, you know, with the details of Dr. Fain's inspection and questions that we've asked, answers we've received, comments that I've heard from other board members, my concern is that this is some of, you know, these inaccuracies and these errors are related to workload issues and the expectations that are being placed on pharmacists in terms of how many prescriptions they're expected to fill and all of the other duties that they're expected to perform. And so from a patient safety standpoint, you know, I feel like at the corporate level, there's some responsibility to bear here. And in trying to formulate a recommendation, you know, I'm particularly concerned about the picture of the baskets. I mean, that's worse than any picture in my time on the board that I've seen in terms of, you know, a pharmacy being behind. You know, I counted 50 baskets, and I think that was confirmed by someone else as well. I suspect that that's not just a snapshot of a one-time incident, but probably very likely the rule rather than the exception. And so in approaching this from a monetary standpoint, I would propose that we look at both the 2 complaints as well as the number of inaccuracies that were found. By my count, there were 204 inaccuracies. I'm going to say 200. I would propose that we come up with some type of a monetary penalty associated with each one of those inaccuracies, as well as a monetary penalty associated with each complaint. And so my proposal would be for each inaccuracy, a punitive amount of $250, and for each complaint, an amount of $10,000, for a total of $70,000.
Okay.
If I may, I would, if it's appropriate for me to, participate in this discussion, if you rather board members, but I would like to comment and I think ask one of the things we talked about. I mean, I think is having row comment on the pictures, which I think are frankly just misleading and perhaps misunderstood here based on what the nature of what they are. And as Dr. Johnson and Dr. Lentz explained, that it's actually the opposite of being behind, but rather being ahead, and that including ready fills that aren't due for perhaps 3 days as part of the workflow. Techs will get ahead on those. And I'd like to give Roe the opportunity from the professional practice standpoint just to comment on that, because I think there is a major misunderstanding with respect to what these baskets are and what's being apparently read into them in terms of workflow.
Mr. Mitchell, we would generally let the board see if they even have a second to a motion. I think that, Dr. Newsom can correct me, but I think they're in decision mode, not testimony mode.
That's correct.
Understood.
Okay, Dr. Jolly, you want to continue?
No, just a quick comment on the ready fill. I think I understand what I'm seeing, and unless I'm mistaken, the ready fill process is not a batch process. It's probably ongoing. So to me, the baskets there represent workload, which is being added to throughout the day additionally. So I think I understand what those baskets represent without hearing additional testimony.
I think we disagree with that assessment, but I understand if that's not if the board doesn't want to hear from us on that, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's let the board speak. Does any of the other board members have any comments on Dr. Jolly's motion?
I still don't quite understand why Dr. Smith has been on this call and has a vested interest. Can someone clarify for me, do you still work for CVS? Do you no longer work for CVS?
I no longer work for CVS and I decline counsel.
She is one of the many pharmacists that are listed on, there's these 3 stores and there's numerous pharmacists that made errors. They're all the other pharmacists are here. You just can't see them. They're in the room at Rose Law Firm with Mr. Mitchell. Yeah. But she is just not represented by Mr. Mitchell, and she no longer works for CVS, but she is just here as one of those pharmacists that made some of these errors. And all the rest of them are here too. You just can't see them. They're in the room with Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah,
so can she tell us what she thinks?
On that, there's also Dr. Legg is here, who you haven't heard from.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, I am talking to my board members, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to clarify that because but there is another pharmacist here who you haven't heard from, if that was Dr. Mitchell's concern.
All right.
Also in the room.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell, had you finished your comments?
I had not. I would like to hear Dr. Smith's answers to some of the same questions that we've asked the other pharmacists as far as the metrics and the workload, and do you have enough help, or do you feel like it's reasonable, or do you feel like you're set up for errors? So I would just like to hear her thoughts if we have time for that.
We do.
My thoughts on this are that the Texarkana store is overworked and understaffed. I asked to leave the Texarkana store and be transferred to a different CVS store that I felt was better staffed. Now that can be due mainly from tech turnover and not having enough training to get the techs where they are. But since it is a 24-hour store, I work 12-hour shifts almost always by myself. And I filled anywhere from 150 to 450 prescriptions overnight.
Like by yourself, no tech help, no clerk?
I was not allowed tech hours. And so sometimes I did pull in the overnight manager to help me check out people. But most of the time they were overworked as well. They were trying to count drawers and stuff. And so at 8 o'clock, everyone was supposed to clock out and I was supposed to be by myself. A lot of times the pharmacist, the day pharmacist would stay 30 minutes to up to 2 hours later to help me make sure that I wasn't overworked and couldn't get all the windows. We had a drop-off window, 2 pickup windows, 2 drive-through windows, and the phone was ringing.
And that was until 8 the next morning?
Yes, sir, 8 the next morning.
So the hours they stayed over would generally not have been counted in the usual pharmacist hours. They were just staying over to help anyway?
Yes, they didn't get paid for any of it. That was of the goodness of their heart. And if I was never finished with all the queues by the morning, we were expected to stay over and help them as well.
Did you think some other CVS might have more help? I mean, or
some of the other CVSs that I saw, specifically Target CVSs, always seem to be fully staffed and never without help because they never had a high tech turnover. So I asked to transfer in November to the CVS in Target in Texarkana. I was told that it was a waiting process. They had to fill my position before I moved over to the other store, and they kept delaying the process until I finally said, I can't work here anymore. I am at my wit's end, and I terminated my employment there in January.
Okay.
And there's another pharmacist we didn't hear from either. I believe Mr. Mitchell was saying.
Okay. Can the pharmacists come over where we can see them? They're in the room, so we can speak to them?
There's one that you haven't heard from yet. The others I can have gather if you want, but you just mean I can have Dr. Legg come and sit here. We've had him.
Yeah, just the one. At a time, because we still need to, maintain the social distancing.
Okay, yeah. Well,
so one at a time.
There's only one you haven't heard from, and I just want to say, Dr. Newsom, I was not trying to interject or speak over Dr. Mitchell or others.
Yes, you were.
I'm sorry. But there was a question of a pharmacist we hadn't heard from, and I just, didn't want, because of the setting we're in virtually, there to be some question as to, I wanted the board to know there's another pharmacist you hadn't heard from. So
right, sure.
Full disclosure.
Okay. Can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Anthony. I'm the night pharmacy at Texarkana CVS.
Okay. Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh, my name is Anthony. I'm the night pharmacist at the Texarkana CVS.
Okay. Can you confirm what Ms. Smith just said? Are those things true, what you said?
I pretty much work the same schedule as Karina, which is I come in at 8 p.m. and I be off by 8 in the morning. And normally when I come in, it's just the pharmacist will be me. I do not have any technician.
And you're expected to handle upfront drive-throughs, drop-off, pickup, fill the prescriptions, all of that by yourself without any help? Did I hear her correctly?
Pretty much. Sometimes when we get backed up, I call up front manager to help a little bit with register. They're more responsive. They may come help out.
How many people are left in the store at night to do the overnight?
On my shift, there's 3. me and an upfront cashier and an overnight manager.
And do you have busy business being a border town at night, especially with it warming up?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Sir?
I think he was just asking what the question was. He couldn't hear you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay, what type of business does the store have at night? Overnights?
Okay, we do have 2 or 3 open the urgent care clinic, which we get some acute patient with a prescription. Average anywhere between 10 to 20 new prescription. So it kind of gets busy. As us walking around 8 p.m. It's really busy that time till 9 p.m. because we have a lot of patients that out work, they pick up the prescription. So it's a little busy that time.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments? Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot the pharmacist's name that's sitting at the Rose Law Firm, but
Anthony?
Yeah, Anthony Legg.
So you fill more than 10 prescriptions in a night. I think maybe Dr. Newsom was asking, how many prescriptions did you fill in a night by yourself? And I'd like to know if the guy that you're asking to help is a tech.
Okay. We average anywhere between 200 to 400 prescriptions at night. And the guy up front is the store clerk, just help with bring up patients.
So does CDS have a policy of having the management and the assistant managers be technicians so that they can go in the pharmacy and help out when the pharmacist is busy?
As far as I know, they do not have that policy, and my overnight manager was not a technician until I encouraged her to help get the technician license. And I paid for her to get a technician license so she could help me.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Based on all of the evidence and testimony provided today, I share Dr. Jolly's concerns. I think the workload put on these pharmacists is absurd. And I think it is a significant risk to patient safety and public health.
Dr. Mitchell. Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I mean, I'd even throw out there that, you know, the yearly cost of a pharmacist is $120,000 to $150,000 a year. I mean, I think if they'd have spent that, you know, some of this might not have been an issue, and they may have made more.
Thank you, Dr. Kraus. Mr. Daniel, did you have a comment?
I did not. I'm sorry. I was coughing.
Okay, that's what.
I'll turn my mic off.
Okay, Dr. Richmond?
Yes, I would amend Dr. Jolly's proposal. I think he said there were 204 errors, but yet find them for 200. I would find them for 204. I would also recoup, as we did yesterday, $100 an hour for costs spent in investigating all this. We've spent 33 man hours here today alone on this. 11 people from the board for 3 hours, plus all the other time Dr. McCready spent trying to get the information, as well as Ms. Fain's efforts. So I think we add to that the recoupment costs for investigation. The others are, I think Dr. Jolly defined those as punitive costs. So punitive damage, that's different from actual recoupment of cost. So I would add $100 an hour, which was the rate we applied yesterday, times the man hours that have been spent.
And just to clarify, and I see Dr. Fain on here, about how, and Dr. Fain and Dr. McCready, I know they're the ones that put in the hours and the time on this. And what would be the hours? Would you say earlier it took about, I mean, so many hours per audit?
I would say it took 2 full days per audit. So 16 hours times 3 stores.
And your travel time?
Travel time was considerable considering I was in Bella Vista and Texarkana.
Correct.
It's a 3.5 hour drive each way to Bella Vista. And one of those was a special trip. One of them was just part of inspection, but the other one was a special trip to go back and look at corrected back tags. And same thing with Texarkana. It was an inspection, but I had to make a separate trip back for back tags. So that would be 6 hours of travel. If you, well, no, it'd be 12 hours of travel, 3 hours each way.
That would be a 60-hour total from 16 hours a day times 3. I mean, for 2 full days being 16 hours times 3 plus 12 hours of total, that would be 60 total. And Dr. McCready, I didn't know if you were involved in any of these, if you had hours.
I was only involved in the prescription errors as far as faxing and sending the information to the stores, calling the stores, interacting with their legal person. I don't have near the hours. I would venture to say 12 to 14 hours total, maybe for both complaints. And then, of course, I turn it over to you and whatever time you spent working on them.
Okay,
that 12 to 14 would probably count your time on the errors as well as the time in case prep for this.
Yeah, and I would, like I said, that'd be a total of 72 hours. And so so at $100, that would be, $7,200 worth of investigative costs. Does that work for you, Dr. Richmond? Is that what you're wanting to amend that to?
Well, what about the time we spent here today?
And board members are, well, I don't know that we can get into, board members aren't compensated for day-to-day work. So I'm not sure if we could get into that being added to the investigative cost.
So
Sorry.
Dr. Jolly's recommendation at $250 per error is 25% of the allowable fine under statute.
Correct. The statute allows up to $1,000 per violation.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Well, in the spirit of what Dr. Mitchell's thinking about, how long did it take for them to respond? Out of the normal. I mean, normally when you send something out like that, I don't know how long Dr. McCready or the board gets something back, but I think it's certainly more recent than, what was it, 3 months?
Normally,
well, I believe they stated that, and Mr. Mitchell can correct me if I'm wrong, but they stated that I guess they weren't notified about the first one. The first one always, when Dr. McCready sends out a fax, she sends it to the store first. So apparently there was some issue with how that got from the store to corporate, and corporate said the first time they found out about it was when Dr. McCready sent the second request, and it was emailed to somebody in their legal department. So I don't know, there might have been an issue with when and how. I mean, I believe Dr. Johnson said he turned it over to whoever, but it never got to whoever needed to go to in legal.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That was a full, 100% error on one side or the other there. I think there might have been some miscommunication, or like I said, I mean, Dr. Johnson was let go for violating some policy there on what was uploaded, what wasn't. So that might have been part of that issue also.
Yeah, I think that's right, Mr. Daniel. And just to, Mr. Johnson said he verbally reported it up. CVS doesn't have a record of that. It didn't get through the normal channel. So there was a miscommunication there, wherever, whatever the case may be.
So was the other one more timely, Dr. McCready?
I believe it was. I would have to go back. Hold on, let me look.
I've got it right here. Let me see. It was sent out. We received the complaint in August, the very end of August. Dr. McCready sent it out on September the 1st, and we got it back in October. So yeah, I mean, having to go through, usually, I mean, of course, it's always easier to get, on and independent. We usually have it back in a week or so, but one of the chains, it has to go through a lot of different offices. So a month is nothing out of the ordinary. So yeah, we did get it back in what would have been a very acceptable amount of time, in my opinion.
And I would like to add that not all the chains don't allow their pharmacists to send that information directly to the board when we ask for it. Oftentimes I'll send a complaint, and I normally give them 12 to 14 days to respond, and normally I get that back, and then I'll hear from a corporate office or that type of thing. So not everybody has to go through the chain of command that they seem to be going through, which is not to say it's right or wrong.
Okay, anybody else have any more comments? Board members?
Dr. Richmond, were you making an amendment? Were you asking for an amendment to his?
And I would offer to go back and redo my motion based on Dr. Richmond's feedback.
Okay, and what I have is 204 times 250, which would be 51,000. 2 complaints at 10,000 apiece, which is a total of $71,000 for a fine and $7,200 for investigative cost. And that's what I had out of that, Dr. Jolly. And Dr. Richmond, I see him shaking his head. Okay, so that's what I have for that. If you would like to amend the motion as I just stated, if that's what you want to do.
Rather than repeat that, can I just say so moved per council's comments?
I have no issue with that. This is not a formal, we're not. So, and I see Dr. Kraus with his hand up.
Go ahead.
What did you say, Dr. Mitchell? What was your recommendation?
I didn't make a specific one. I just was noting that what we were suggesting, or what had been suggested, was like a fourth of what we're allowed under statute to do.
Gotcha.
Okay.
If we want to impose the maximum fine per error, I would not be opposed to that. But I could also go somewhere in the middle.
Okay. So, what is the final motion now?
We have a motion. Dr. Jolly has made a motion that has been amended that reads, he totaled his tally shows 204 errors at $250 a piece. That would be a total of $51,000. And also he's saying based on the 2 complaints at $10,000 a piece, that would be a total fine of $71,000. And that was amended to add investigative cost of 72 hours at $100 an hour, which would be a total of $7,200. So you have a fine of $71,000. You have an investigative cost of $7,200, and that is the motion. And I don't believe there's been a second.
Okay, do I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, second by Dr. Kraus. Any further discussion?
Well, we didn't discuss if any part of this is disciplinary or not, but I think with that large of a fine, it would be disciplinary. But
yeah, I'm thinking so also. Is everyone in agreement that I'm saying hands shake? Okay.
So,
Dr. Kirtley.
A clarifying question. That's if you lump all 3 together. If need be, we could split that out to the specific number for each of the facilities and the complaints of med errors with patient harm to the specific facilities as well, if we need to split it out. So I'm seeing it, if there's a request that we assign it per permit, that we could do 3 orders, or that we could do 1 order that includes all 3. It would.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be. We would have, if it's going to be disciplinary, we're going to have to tie it to license numbers.
Yeah.
So when he said a punitive fine, I took that to mean, something punitive is going to be a disciplinary matter.
Yeah.
Dr. Jolly.
I was just clarifying that we could split it to where it says which permit.
Yeah, we would have to tie it to each of the permits. We can split up the 51,000, whatever a third of that is. We can split that up and add the 10,000, and then 7,200 would be easy to split between the 3. But Dr. Jolly, did you have a comment?
We need to break it out as part of the motion, or can we just let?
No, that's fine. And I can break, like I said, this is more of an informal, and it'll be up to them whether or not they agree to this. at the end of it anyway. But if they do agree that this is something that they want to do, then I mean, it'll be easy to split it up. I mean, they know. I mean, there are the 3 stores, and just for the record, they are the CVS in Bella Vista, the CVS in Texarkana, and the CVS in Sherwood. But
I think it's 72, 26, and 106 are the accuracy audit numbers that I had written down, which added up to, which also agree with 204. So I guess I did that right.
Dr. Mack.
Yes, Dr. Jolly, there were multiple pharmacists involved. I understand the 2 with the errors already, the specific errors got their CE, but what about CE for all the other pharmacists involved? Even because there were a lot of errors, even though they
and
weren't.
we can make that a separate motion. And in the past, we've had this issue with other chains, and when the board has issued a fine to the corporation or to the pharmacy itself, it required the pharmacist to do CE. There was not a fine involved. There was not any type of disciplinary. They just required them whatever hours. And honestly, I don't remember how much off the top of my head, but it usually ranged anywhere from 2 to 10 hours. But yeah, I mean, there was that issue too. But I think we should do that as a separate. Let's do whatever Dr. Jolly's a motion with Dr. Krause as a second. So I guess, and of course, I mean, any more discussion if you want it, but let's kind of separate the corporation with the pharmacist itself.
Okay. So are we ready to take a vote on the corporate end of it? Okay, everyone in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, any nays? Okay, the motion passes.
And again, Dr. Mitchell, I mean, Mr. Mitchell, y'all have plenty of time to talk about this, and you can get back to me. We usually set a 30-day, let me know something within 30 days or not. And if you have questions, glad to visit with you and answer any questions that you might have. And so that would wrap up. And and again, I'll put all this in writing and I'll get it to you. That would wrap up the corporate end of what's here today. Now, I know there was some mention about the pharmacist. Does anybody y'all want to discuss maybe some hour? Like I said, I mean, in the past, you don't have to do what's been in the past, but in the past, it's usually been non-disciplinary CE, usually giving them 30 days to get it done. And it would be in addition to whatever else is already required for license renewal. So if you give them 5 hours, it wouldn't, they couldn't count part of their 30 as those 5. They would have to do 35, but.
I was thinking 10 hours, but then, and that would include the 2 pharmacists that already only got 3. But we can discuss that, board.
I mean, you also have Miss Smith, even working overnight, I think we only attributed 3 accuracy issues to her. Dr. Anthony Leggy 10, Easy 37, and Britta Ade 24 just on that store.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a range, but I mean, like Dr. Smith had 3 filling 100 to sound like 400 overnight by herself.
Yeah.
And when y'all did the audit, I worked 17 out of the 24 days. I was working overtime for Anthony. He was on vacation.
Okay. Dr. Krause?
Yeah, I'm thinking, and just throwing it out there, but I'm thinking a uniform number of CE on med errors for each of the pharmacists. I don't think it really ought to be weighted towards the number of necessary accuracy or inaccuracies, just because I think the workflow and the workload had a lot to do with it. And, those numbers could just as easily be buried amongst them. So.
Yeah, I think, but you work 17 12-hour days in 24 of the days we looked at?
Yes.
So you probably filled, 3,000 prescriptions, 4,000 prescriptions, 5,000 prescriptions by yourself?
Easily. Mm-hmm.
3 sounds pretty impressive to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I get, we've done flat before, but I didn't realize she had filled that volume of scripts basically no help.
Yeah,
I don't want y'all
And at the
checking
time
me.
this happened, my technician or my overnight manager, I hadn't gotten her a technician license yet. She just received that before I left.
Wow.
And I believe, let me look real quick. I believe she is the only pharmacist that had under 10. So
Demario Rollins had 3 on that.
yeah,
other
and I
board.
don't, yeah, and we don't even have them here.
No, like didn't even ask them.
Well, you could do something like the 2 under 10, give
But
a
there's only
smaller
one under
amount,
10.
the rest,
If-
and then the rest do more.
And there were a couple of relief pharmacists that were in the same boat that we didn't invite. I mean, if you said everyone with 10 or more gets whatever, then I think that cuts a couple of them loose that were just incidental.
Okay. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So it would be a motion for anybody that's on Cindy's summary sheet that shows 10 or more errors during, I said on any of these 3 audits, do how many hours? Did I hear Dr. Mack say 10?
10.
Okay.
You
10
did.
hours of CE and, y'all go ahead. I guess somebody needs to make the motion.
I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I would say that for the pharmacists involved that had more than 10 errors each, they would get 10 hours of CE non-disciplinary. And any that had less than 10, they're not going to have to do extra CE.
You left out actually the number 10. You said more than 10 and less than 10. So which way?
More than 10, okay, more than 10 would do 10
Well, I
hours
just
of
say that because
CE.
there is somebody at 10. So I just want to be sure we're covered.
10 and up would do
Okay.
10 hours.
There you go.
Below 10 would not have to do additional hours.
Yes, sir. Dr. Richmond.
I would amend her motion to say 10 hours of CE specifically related to medication error reduction and prevention.
Yeah, I
Not
agree.
10 hours.
Sorry.
All right, thank you,
Totally
sir.
agree.
We'll make that a motion. Make that amendment. I'm saying the wrong words.
I'll take that amendment and then that can be the first, and then if somebody will second it.
Okay. I need a second to the motion, please. Dr. Richmond? Dr. Richmond is seconding the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Waivers of them, any nays? The motion passes.
And I think with that volume of CE, we would give more like a 3-month window to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with that. And again, Mr. Mitchell, I'll put all this in writing, and this would also apply to the pharmacist who's not here. I know she was on there and had some, so if she wants to take this and do her CE hours, there would be no reason for her to ever have to come back. So, and like I said, you can, and again, take plenty of time, talk to all your clients about all of these offers. And like I said, I'll get everything in writing. So you'll have something on paper that lists out all this. And if you look at it, and if there's something that I have down incorrect, feel free to let me know, but I'll get you everything in writing that involves the 2 complaints, the corporation, and all of the listed pharmacists.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
And do y'all have anything else before we, comments or anything before we adjourn? Mr. Mitchell, on your side?
I will say, and I don't want to rehash this, but I know that the board reviewed a pharmacy, another chain pharmacy recently that had over a 14% error rate. The 2 stores here, 2 of the 3 were less, almost a third of that, 5.5%, 5.5%, and 8%. That store was given the opportunity to be re-audited by the board. I think they made some improvements as a result of that. And I just observed that the treatment that is being given to CVS here is, in my opinion, extremely disparate with much lower percent error rates than what this board suggested or recommended just yesterday with a store that had almost 3 times the error. So I make that comment, but we appreciate the time of the board And thank you for your attention and letting us have the opportunity to meet before you today.
Okay, and like I said, if that's something that they decide they don't believe was fair, then they do have the right to a full hearing. So y'all can, like I said, you can discuss that with your client, and after I send you a letter, you can let me know how y'all like to proceed.
Okay. If
Let's see, that's all I have at the end of the day. I don't have anything
Okay.
else unless John or Brenda or Dr. Newsom, if you have anything that needs to be discussed. If not, we've got 9 tomorrow. I'll start at 9 tomorrow. And like I said, I've added everything today. So let me know if there's something in there that you can't open. Ms. Smith,
All
thank you
right.
for being here.
And thank you for everyone's hard work today. And thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I guess we'll say good evening or good night, and we'll see everyone tomorrow.
What time tomorrow, Luke?
9 o'clock.
9.